The appellant's advocate will have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses, and then the council's advocate may wish to re-examine the witnesses. So that will be done in sequence. I would hope we'll make good progress with the witnesses today, but albeit that I suspect we won't conclude the council's evidence today. It'll probably extend into tomorrow morning, at which point, whenever it does conclude, we'll hear from the appellant and hear their witnesses in turn on following a similar process of cross-examination and potential re-examination. Again, it is difficult to know exactly when that will conclude, but I'm hopeful it will be this week, before sort of close of play on Thursday. Thereafter, there'll be a session on potential planning conditions that might be imposed in the event that planning permission were to be granted. Now, I can't stress this enough. That is absolutely standard procedure. It happens at every single appeal. It doesn't imply that anybody's made up their mind or that it won't compromise the council's position in terms of its objection to the appeal. It's just a standard procedural matter. Just on conditions, I've received a schedule of suggested conditions which are not entirely agreed between the main parties. I think certainly the version I've got runs to 9 in total. I think 3 of them are agreed and 6 remain in dispute, but it's helpful just to understand the parties' positions on everything. I've had 2 so far. One I received last week and one received yesterday, which I'm assuming is the most recent iteration.
The one yesterday is the most recent iteration, and you're right to note that there is some disagreement. I think the disagreement is about whether conditions are necessary. It's not really about the wording of the conditions.
Yeah, that was what I'd understood, but thank you for clarifying. We'll hear what your witnesses and your side have to say about them, but I think the gist of it is that the appellant side doesn't think that 6 of them are necessary because of other Home Office requirements that sit outside planning legislation, but we'll get into that when the time comes. But if there is any movement on those, I don't really sense that there's likely to be at this stage, but if there is any movement on those, please keep talking and keep me informed. Nothing has really jumped out from those to me as yet, but I'll have a more careful look at them, and if there is anything that I think would be worth flagging before the roundtable session, excuse me, I'll let you know via the case officer. Just returning to procedure then.
So can I just interject with one thing?
Yeah.
One of the issues over one of the conditions is which plans the appellants would like approved, and which not, and we can certainly talk to them about that.
This goes. It's again, I don't want to sort of put words in anybody's mouth, but my understanding is it's not the external plans that are at issue; it's the internal layout.
Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly right. So we out plans. Okay. But secondly, I've been passed a message that says that there is an issue with the webcasting. As you know, the council was planning and had announced it was planning to webcast this so that people could watch from the convenience of their home if they wanted to. Yeah. The issue is that there is no sound on it at the moment, and technicians are working on it, but the council's contact centre is already receiving complaints. So I've been asked. I'm now being told that it may have been resolved. Okay. But plainly,
I prefer to have it has been resolved rather than it may have.
Well, there is an issue. Do you want us to continue with the administrative matters, or do you want to have a definitive answer as to whether or not your words are reaching the public at large?
Well, I think probably people can get by without listening to me, because primarily it's about running order, and I think that can be communicated by other means if people are desperate to know what I've said. What I wouldn't want to happen is to hear any of the evidence and well, your openings and
Yeah.
from interested parties, which isn't ideal in terms of one person's attendance. So yeah, I'd like to have that confirmed. I think what we'll do is I'll finish saying what I need to say. It shouldn't be any more than 5 minutes. If it can be confirmed whether or not sound has been resolved in that period, great. If it's not, then I'll take an adjournment until we find out.
Conflicting messages in one ear from those behind me, and from my learned friend Mr. Easton, who's helpfully trying to log on his laptop to see if it is working.
So I've been sent what I believe is the link to the live stream, and when I click on that link,
It doesn't look very
it says video unavailable. This video has been removed by the uploader.
Okay, well, we'll examine that. Those behind me will have heard that. Okay, well, we've got video up on this side, so we'll double check it.
Please.
And perhaps a very short adjournment before we come to make our
Let's
openings.
not consume inquiry time on it. People can be sorting that out in the background, and as I say, I'm not going to hear any evidence before that's resolved. It will just be my intro. Okay. Yeah, just returning to procedure. So after the roundtable session, it's just worth saying that if anybody, the main parties really, intends to make an application for an award of costs, this must be done before I close the inquiry. I'm sure you're aware that I also have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. If I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision has been issued. Just by way of assistance, really, because sometimes they like to refer to things and aren't sure what I've already seen. So I walked along Avondale Circle and then along Dewsbury Crescent, and then so that's to the south of the site, and I was walking, what would it be, westward. I then turned right and went past the fire station. After the fire station, I went in where the medical centre is, and then sort of walked into the site so far as one can. There's a couple of security fences at each end, which obviously prevent you from doing a circuit, but I went as far as the two security fences. I also took the liberty of going through the arch and having a look inside the sort of courtyard area, and then I walked back onto Western Road and walked eastward on the southern side of the carriageway as far as the school. There's a pedestrian crossing there, so I crossed and then returned on the northern side of the carriageway going westward and went past the other school on the northern side there. As far as the roundabout, crossed the roundabout and walked as far as the Morrisman pub restaurant, and then came back on the southern side of the road and then returned to the Dewsbury Crescent area. So I've got a feel for the area, but what I'll also do at some point during proceedings is conduct a formal site visit, which will be accompanied by the main parties. At the moment, that's likely to be on Monday of next week, but depending on how we get on this week, if we do get ahead of schedule and we do have time this week, I'll probably try and fit it in then, but we'll keep an eye on that. I would stress for the site visits just for me to look at it from the witnesses. Just a couple of other housekeeping points in terms of a running order. I'll take a lunch break around 1 o'clock. I'll seek the assistance of the two advocates in terms of suitable breaks in how they're organising their evidence. I'll take a break at mid-morning as well and mid-afternoon. I'll look to finish around 5 o'clock each day. And as I've already indicated, on subsequent days, I'll resume at 9:30 rather than 10 o'clock. In terms of the plans, we've touched on those briefly. I think they're indicated in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 4.1. So I'll be working on the basis that those are the proposed drawings and existing drawings. But if they're wrong in any way, I'd be grateful if somebody could tell me. I don't think they are. I think in terms of documents and evidence, there's been a bit of a flurry of things coming in over the last week or so. I'm not expecting anything additional or new. Is there anything from either party?
Not that I'm expecting, sir.
No? Good.
No, likewise, sir.
Good, thank you. Nearly there. That just leaves main issues. I think I've already indicated these to the main parties, but for the benefit of members of the public and interested parties. These are informed by the Council's reasons for refusal. I'll read them out to you. So the main issues are the effect of the proposed development. Sorry, I'll do that again. The main issues are the effect that the proposed development would have on social inclusivity, on fear of crime, and on local public health resources. I think they didn't create any case management conference. Any comments? No? Good. Okay. Well, that does, you'll be glad to hear, conclude my opening remarks. Do we have a position on whether or not the live stream is working?
Yes, sir. We do. I've just double-checked. I've got it on video, and there's a 5-second time lag on the sound, which I've just checked by turning on my speaker and heard you saying, do we have sound?
Okay, well, that's quite apt, really, isn't it? Okay, well, I'll work on the basis that sound is working for people online. Yeah. For those of you joining us online, you're very welcome. Thank you for taking the time to join us. All that I've covered so far are just procedural points in terms of the running order of the inquiry. So you've missed very little. You've certainly not missed out on any of the evidence. What I'm going to do now is ask the main parties, that's to say the appellant and then the council, to do a brief explanation, sort of statement of their cases, so that everybody understands their respective positions. And then I'll hear from interested parties who want to speak. That's members of the public who want to speak this morning. So that's where we're up to. I think that is it a good time to turn to you, Mr. Easton.
It is,
opening, please.
Thank you. So I've committed the opening points to writing. There are copies available. We'll send an electronic copy to the council so they can upload it to their website. The text. Whatever one's political opinion, there is an urgent and pressing need to provide accommodation for people seeking asylum. The need is nationwide, and the government expects each local authority to support their fair share of asylum seekers. The need will continue to exist and continue to grow for the foreseeable future. The Council agrees with this proposition. This appeal is not about the rights or wrongs of the government's immigration policy or personal views about how and where people should claim asylum, if at all. It is about the land use planning consequences of allowing the former student halls at Stafford Court to be converted to provide up to 481 bed spaces for asylum seekers in both interim accommodation, and you hear various people describe that as IA, and dispersed accommodation, or DA. Once one recognises the appropriate focus of this inquiry, the issues become very narrow indeed. The crucially important starting point is the acceptance by the Council, notwithstanding the refusal of planning permission against the advice of professional officers, that the scheme is in accordance with the development plan. This agreed position gives rise to a statutory presumption in favour of planning permission, as well as a clear direction in national policy to grant planning permission without delay. Given the acknowledged need for asylum seeker accommodation, together with the absence of any objections by the Council or statutory consultees in relation to highway safety, trees, drainage, school places, noise, overlooking or residential amenity, the case for the appeal scheme is only strengthened. Is there to refuse planning permission, or that there were no formal objections from any statutory consultee? It's against this context that members' objections set out in the reason for refusal should be examined. And I turn now to the issues. They emerge, as you just said a moment ago, sir, from the single reason for refusal, and they've been distilled this morning and indeed in your case management conference note. They give rise to the following questions. First, whether the fear of crime is a material consideration in the present case, and if so, what weight it should bear. Second, whether the appeal scheme would have an unacceptable effect on social inclusivity, and thirdly, whether the proposals would have an unacceptable impact on local public health resources. So I'll deal with each of those issues briefly in turn. Fear of crime. It's common ground that fear of crime is capable of being a material consideration. However, there are a series of gateways through which the Council must pass before the fear of crime can be taken into account. The legal test can be distilled as follows. First, the fear of crime must be objectively justified. It must have some reasonable basis. And finally, it must relate to the use in planning terms of the land rather than, I quote from the case law Smith against the First Secretary of State, rather than on assumptions not supported by evidence as to the characteristics of future occupiers. So we'll show that these tests are not met in the present case. First, the police raised no objection to the appeal scheme and rejected the notion that there will be an increase in crime due to the arrival of asylum seekers. As guardians of public safety and custodians of a wealth of intelligence information, as may have had in mind, is not objectively justified or reasonably held. Second, the Council does not produce one shred of evidence that the introduction of asylum seekers into a community results in an increase in crime caused by refugees. Indeed, the experience of the appellant, which is considerable, is quite the opposite. Asylum seekers are in a relatively precarious position with their applications not having been determined. The possibility of being refused asylum will operate as a considerable disincentive to commit crime. Third, a key plank of the Council's case that asylum seekers may congregate in public spaces and that the site is close to local schools is not evidence supporting a fear of crime. Congregating in public, if it occurs, is not a criminal offence. It's not a behaviour that can give rise to a fear of crime. In just the same way as if young people from the new housing estate close to the appeal site chose to congregate together in public, they're not doing anything criminal. In any event, the residents are advised, the future residents of the appeal scheme, are and will be advised against congregating in large groups in public spaces. This is not because such behaviour is criminal, but it can cause friction with the local community. Fourth, the Council is likely to argue that it isn't necessarily criminal activities carried out by asylum seekers about which it is concerned, but rather the possibility of protest from right-wing groups outside Stafford Court. This is not a reasonable concern, since the well-publicised protests in locations such as Knowsley were directed at hotel accommodation, which Stafford Court is not, are relatively isolated in the context of the number of centres operated by the appellant, and appear only rarely to give rise to criminal behaviour. In any event, working, including with the police, it will install CCTV and an access gate and will provide 24 hours, 7 days a week coverage of the appeal site. This aspect of the Council's case is not objectively justified or reasonable. Finally, it is quite impossible to conclude that the use of buildings to accommodate asylum seekers inherently creates a real concern, such as that which attaches to an institution such as a bail hostel or a chemical factory. The Council's case, as the police representations make clear, is based on the fear of the unknown and does not come close to meeting the test set out in the case law, which is described in the West Midlands Probation Committee and the Smith case. As such, our primary argument, sir, is that it cannot be a material consideration in the present case. If you disagree with this analysis and conclude that the gateway tests have been met, only very limited weight indeed should be placed on this material consideration for a number of reasons, including, first, the appellant's unparalleled experience in managing asylum seeker accommodation. Second, the provision of on-site security. Third, the operational structures and oversight that are required by the appellant's contract with the Home Office. Fourth, the close working relationship with the police and other agencies. And finally, the briefings given to new residents as to expectations about behaviour and cultural awareness. So I turn now to the second issue, which is social inclusion. This aspect of the Council's case is difficult to categorise. It seems to be a watered-down version of its concerns about the fear of crime. The policy position in paragraphs 92 and 130 of the National Planning Policy Framework is soft in the sense that it promotes social interaction, especially through design, rather than containing development management policy. Residents of Stafford Court do not interact to any great extent with the local community, it's difficult to see how this would provide a foundation for dismissing the appeal. In any event, the residents will be allowed to come and go from the accommodation and participate fully in the life of the local community. Indeed, this is exactly the outcome encouraged by the National Planning Policy Framework. It's a feature of the existing asylum accommodation, with residents playing an active role in local community and religious groups. The evidence produced by the appellant gives examples of where and how this has happened. There's every reason to expect that the same will happen in Stafford, with the support of local people, charities and community groups. So we recognise that some local residents have concerns about integration and realise that these concerns are sincerely held. However, the appellant's experience and the available evidence tell a different story. Final issue, sir, public health resources. This part of the council's case simply does not bear scrutiny. First, the appellant will provide and maintain a medical room for health screening of interim accommodation residents, as well as other healthcare services for that cohort. The funding for the medical room is provided by the Home Office and will therefore exert no demand whatsoever on existing healthcare services. Second, to the extent that residents in the dispersed accommodation part of Stafford Court will need access to healthcare services, they will be entitled to do so, as would every new resident in the area. However, for each new patient, whether they be an asylum seeker in dispersed accommodation or new to the borough, GP practices will receive funding. The critical commissioning group implicitly recognised this reality in their representations, since they didn't seek any funding for the appellant, have they since. Third, it's relevant to note the lawful use of Stafford Court as a student accommodation. Students would have been entitled to access primary healthcare services, so one has to make a comparison between the likely effect of that student population would have had on local provision, with approximately 310 people
left who can't afford to get out. Their prices are going to plummet. Everyone who lives adjacent, their value of their property is going to plummet, because obviously no one will want to buy those properties. Are Serco going to compensate everyone for the drop in the value of their properties? Is Serco going to provide security to protect our children? Do you know the background of every single person you're going to put in these properties? Are you going to tell us? Are there paedophiles? Are there murderers? At least in a prison, I'd rather you open a prison there. At least we know that they are criminals and we know their background. People walk their dogs, children walk their dogs right by that property. And as far as I know, there are plans as well to convert the fire station into an acceptance area, acceptance buildings of some sort. Nobody, again, is going to want to walk their dogs or walk their families because they're going to feel intimidated. What guarantees is Serco going to make to the safety of our children if this goes ahead, which I'm assuming it will go ahead, given the power Serco has and the little power we have? What guarantees nuisance behaviour won't increase rapidly and massively, given what's gone on in Liverpool with children being approached? What guarantees do you stop that from happening? Like I said, given the public health service state, as we all know, what is it, 6 million, 7 million operations, backlog? How can anyone say that there wouldn't be an impact on increased numbers, on GPs, and most of us can't get GP appointments as it is? How can anyone, you're either naive or stupid, yeah? Got one last point. Given police, as we know, don't even attend most crimes that I've known, average crimes such as robbery. Police don't even attend some of these calls anymore. How can you say if there's not going to be any increased levels in crime when they are already, the police are already under special measures because they can't cope? Again, you're either stupid or naive. That's as much as I can think of at this minute in time.
Well, thank you for that. I don't have any questions for you. Are there any questions from you?
There's two points of clarification. So you mentioned the football pitches opposite Stafford Court. They are not part of the scheme or can continue to operate. Okay? Let me just reassure you about that. Mm-hmm. Secondly, you mentioned something about plans for the fire station to be converted into an acceptance centre. I don't know where you got that information from, but that's certainly not a plan that my client's aware of.
Sure. That is rumour.
It's rumour. Okay.
But then again, this was rumour to begin with.
Right. Okay.
And to your first point, the football ground is a minor point.
Right. So I heard a voice from about. Was that you? You're struggling to hear?
Just in relation to between the two conversations, to clarify something, Your Honour, it was the one about sports facility. Has Serco approached the sports facility in any way to offer the asylum seekers use of that facility?
Okay, well that's something that can be picked up in evidence in chief. I'll ask for that to be picked up in evidence in chief of their planning witness probably, or I don't know, whichever witness you think appropriate, Mr Easton, but that will be picked up and clarified when we hear from
their behalf directly. So if that is a point that somebody wants to make, you or somebody else, then when my witnesses come to give evidence, that's certainly a point that can be raised.
Sure.
But my instructions are that there are no plans to convert the fire station into an acceptance centre. If you disagree with that, then you'd be entitled to put that question to any one of my witnesses.
Sure, but given that's a minor point again, given the damage will already be done.
Okay, well, what I'll do sort of preemptively is ask that one of your witnesses deals with that, just because I'll ask it, and it would just be helpful if it could be just picked up in chief. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, again, reminder, this is a public inquiry. We don't normally have rounds of applause. But I understand why you're doing it, and I think it's okay. We're going to hear from a number of people. Those speaking against the scheme, I think we could take it as read that everybody in your audience is in favour of what they're saying, so there's no need to applaud, and we are on a bit of a time schedule, and there's quite a lot to cover, so I would be grateful if we could allow... we're here to hear evidence and to test that. That's what we're here for, and it's really important that people are heard. So there are a number of people who've indicated they'd like to speak. I'm easy on which order you run in. If anybody is I'll leave it. Yes, Dr. Lloyd. Have I got your name right? Would you like to go next? Yeah, please. If you'd be kind enough to step forward and do as the previous speaker did, thank you. Firstly, have I got that right? Is it Dr. Lloyd?
Dr. Sonia Lloyd.
Okay, good. My note is back on track. Same questions as before. Can I just double check your address, please?
10 St. James Close, Longdon, Rugeley.
Okay. Are you speaking on just your behalf or on behalf of
On
others?
behalf of Cannock Chase welcomes refugees.
Sorry, what was that?
Cannock Chase welcomes refugees.
Okay. Are you happy to answer any questions? It sounds like you may be speaking in favour of this scheme. Is that
Absolutely,
right? Okay,
yes.
so you're speaking in favour. So the questions would be for Mr. Richards if there were any questions. Okay, over to you in your own time.
Thank you. I would like to speak to assuage the fears the asylum seekers. And from my acquaintance particularly with a group of asylum seekers from Cannock hotels. I met with them in the Methodist Church with a group from the organization I represent. I would like to say, not that I was pleasantly surprised, but yes, I was pleasantly surprised. This group of young men comprised mainly Afghans. They were very polite and respectful. They expressed their desire to work, to volunteer, to contribute to the country which has provided them with bread, as they said. Additionally, I should say they're madly keen on cricket. They would love to cook, but they are very restricted in the hotel environs in Cannock. I would like to say that I can particularly relate to them because I myself was a refugee in 1972, evicted from the country I grew up in and had my education in. In my 20s, accompanied by my brother, my burning desires were A, to be made welcome, B, to find independent accommodation, and C, to find work. Not necessarily in that order, that the priorities of these young men that I've seen and met are in no way different to what I desired as a refugee. And I would like to ask you, to appeal to you, to understand from that point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I don't have any questions. Any questions from you, Mr. Richards?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Can we have the next speaker, please? Who would like to go next?
Sorry, can I just make a point, which is right there? My wife is Asian, okay, just in case, and she's been made registered, just in case anything is trying to set up.
Okay, I've made a note of that. What I'll do then is just suggest we go in the order I've written you down in. Kathleen Trowbridge, would you like to go next?
So my note said Carolyn.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you so much. Do I leave that where it is?
In case of not being able to read my
Yeah.
own writing, I'm afraid.
Hold on.
May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Is it Mrs.?
Mrs.
Mrs.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Same questions. Can I double check your address, please?
Do I have to give my full address, being as though it's been...
You don't absolutely.
I live
have
in
to give-
Stafford,
You live in Stafford.
Yes.
Stafford.
about
Resident.
2 miles away from the
Okay.
site.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. Are you speaking against the scheme?
I am, yes.
Okay. Are you speaking on behalf of just yourself or anybody else?
A little bit of both. I was the person who rejected this in the planning meeting.
Okay,
I
so
was
you were a councillor?
I was
Right.
up until recently. So now I'm just here as a member of the public.
Okay, so it's in that capacity you're speaking as a,
Yes.
as a former councillor, but now as a member of the public.
I am still a county councillor, but
Right.
I'm not.
Got you.
And so I bring a little bit of everything into it. It's just my whole knowledge.
Okay,
But I'm here personally, yes.
let me just get that down. Okay, are you happy to answer questions? If there are any-
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, grand.
Have my books ready to help me.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you.
Actually, it looks like you've got a note there of what you intend to say. Great. If it just helps me. If you could...
Pass it on after.
Well, if you could
You
send
won't
an
read
email
my
to
scribbles.
well, that's all right. If you could send an email to the council
I will.
and they can pass it on to me, that would be appreciated. Thank you. I will take notes.
Absolutely will.
Okay, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Caroline Trowbridge. I was the Cabinet Member for Leisure up until the last election, and it was myself who overturned the office's decision in the planning meeting. I am no longer a representative of... After just listening to Dr. Lloyd, I've just added a little bit in. I have been the County Council representative for the Refugees Resettlement Scheme, for Refugee Action and for the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme as well. So I absolutely understand the struggles for the refugees, but unlike Dr. Lloyd, I am absolutely disgusted at this being a site for refugees. So reading through the documents supporting this site for asylum seekers, there are many contradictions. Firstly, the coverage of Serco's intentions. They claim to circulate to 440 households surrounding the area. Yet this site could affect the schools, the parents who take their children to school, that has already just been discussed, the number of children who attend those schools, and people much further afield who may be unsure about leaving their homes in fear of the unknown. It only takes one accident or one person suffering with a mental illness because of the ordeals they have been through to overreact to a situation, and the papers will, as they do best, put the fear of God into everyone's thoughts. This site could affect the whole of Stafford, not just 440. This document claims the rooms are big enough and the ones that aren't will be adjusted. We're not told when, so not only are we asking them to live in a prison cell, but an unfinished prison block. This is how we look after people fleeing war and more. They claim the accommodation is safe and the people will be integrated into the local community. But a boundary fence has gone up, allegedly legally, but no planning permission. My understanding is this should need planning permission. It also states Serco will accommodate a mix of single people and families in a number of blocks within the part of Stafford Court, identified to be used for 1A, a mix of singles only within the DA part of the site. Each floor has secured entry mechanisms so that only asylum seekers who are allocated a room on a particular floor can gain access. So they don't even think it's safe for the asylum seekers themselves. Else why is this being put in place? I know the police report stated it isn't safe for the asylum seekers, And we all know the fear of crime is so much greater and affects more people than actual crime. Serco's actions show a very different housing standards. In 2020, then Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, Robert Jenrick, stated, even permit is not our need. They claim the normal ratio is 1 in 200. So that means 45,000 asylum seekers live in London. I've not seen this anywhere. I've not seen these numbers. I would really like to see where these numbers are coming from, because when I went on the government website and looked it up, 1 in 1,000 is more normal. Lastly, before my conclusion, this document claims Serco is experienced, yet it didn't stop the issues in Cannock. Serco has never had a site this large. So if they are not stopping issues in small sites, how are they going to cope with 481? This place is not suitable. It isn't even close to being a home environment that is safe and friendly, with community integration. It is a prison block where people are segregated inside, never mind out. It is a damn disgrace. Our policies are so against this. They claim in their document, policies for it. Policy C1 clearly states building must be compatible with the character of the area. If we were building this, it wouldn't be allowed. Policy C2, councils will extend homes. Now, you might think, well, where does this come into this? But if we already decide we do not want to build affordable home estates, we want to mingle them in with other homes to make a nice area for everyone. Why are we putting 481 troubled people together? Specialist housing, as this has been referred to, C3, preferred to a suitable location, which this is definitely not. It must be compatible with the character of the area, which it is not. Must not have an adverse impact on amenities. Well, we've heard that already from the first gentleman. Obviously, this has an impact. Policy for housing conversions and subdivision, C4. The proposal, if this was a building that was being divided up into smaller homes, the proposal does not lead to concentration of such uses that damage the character and amenities of streets or residential areas. That would come into play. Well, it does. Would not provide satisfactory living accommodation. Well, it doesn't. It goes into all the sizes and the buildings, and even down to where you can't have a toilet next to a bedroom or a living room after taking none of that into consideration. If you were wanting to do this yourself, you would have to have soundproofing in between each room. It's not in this building. It would take them years to get this building to a satisfactory condition. N1 design. It's all about building the right properties in the right area. Housing for nearly 500 people. If this was the estate going up, they would have to pump money into the schools, into the roads, into the play areas. Cannock Chase would get a nice chunk. But no, this is just Serco, who will take the money and the borough who will have to pick up the pieces without any assistance from central government when finances are already so tight. This application is wrong for the asylum seekers, wrong for the local people, and wrong that it is being forced on us from central government. This is a democratic, not a dictatorship. And the borough representatives made their decision through a democratic process. Please follow that democratic process. Thank you.
Mrs. Trowbridge, do you mind? Can I?
Sorry, I have got my
There was
books.
just something I wanted to ask you about. You mentioned Westbridge Park being a recent case. Was that a recent planning application?
It was for a park to go through. The FA didn't like the fact that we were...
When you say the FA, is that the
Football Association,
okay.
sorry. They wanted an all-weather pitch there or in some other area. Right. But the locals didn't.
What was it for, the development? Was that
for a park, for a park.
Just for a park, okay.
For a park, yes.
Right.
And it had to go to the Secretary of State just the same, and they said, no, we'll let you decide locally.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for clarifying that. Were there any questions from you, Mr.
There were a couple, thank you very much. I don't know whether somebody can hand Mrs. Trowbridge a copy of the decision notice called document A25. And whilst that's being looked for, I just wanted to clarify with you, Mrs. Trowbridge, you said you were the one who overturned the recommendation of officers to grant planning permission.
Thank you.
I think it's right to put it in this way, isn't it, that you were the councillor who proposed the motion.
That's right.
To reject the application.
Absolutely.
And it was that motion that was seconded and then ultimately led to the reason for refusal.
Yes.
Thank you. And then you should hopefully, thank you very much for providing the laptop, in front of you on the screen, I hope, is the decision notice which sets out the reasons for refusal. Reason for refusal, singular. Yeah?
Yep.
And you, no doubt, as the proposer of the motion, supported the words to a number of local, that no local policies are mentioned in the reason for refusal, can't we?
That is correct on this document, yes. But we're here at a different hearing today, hence why I brought something different with me instead of repeating what I said on that day.
You heard the council's barrister in opening, and you can take it from me, that even though the council refused planning permission for my client's proposal, it's agreed that there is no conflict with any local policies. It's just national policies that the council relies upon.
I disagree with you.
No, I'm taking it to you that council, as a body corporate, represented here by Mr. Richards and the rest of the council team, accept that there are no breaches of any local policy. They simply rely upon national policy.
Again, I disagree, as there is no policy for asylum seekers. So if there is no policy, it is down to the person's interpretation of which way you follow. And in your document, you follow down different routes to suit your policy.
I'm not quite sure I understood that, but anyway.
Let me explain it better then, sorry.
Yeah.
You refer to it to HMOs at certain points because that suits you. And then you on other times, you refer to it as asylum-seeking accommodation because that suits you. And then in other terms, you refer to it as specialist, thank you, specialist accommodation because that suits. You're not choosing one item. Yes, we are here defending that, but I'm just proving other points going on what you have stated.
Okay. Do you appreciate, though, that there is no necessary inconsistency between promoting a building for asylum seeker accommodation and the HMO licensing regime? There may be cases where HMO licence is required for asylum seeker accommodation. You appreciate that, I'm sure.
I didn't think we were here talking about a licence.
No, that really wasn't the question I put to you with respect, Mrs Trowbridge.
Say it again then, sorry, I
Right.
misunderstood. I thought you was talking about the licensing of...
Yeah. So there are a number, under the Housing Act 2004, which you mentioned, that provides, doesn't it, for HMO licensing, amongst other matters?
Yeah, up
Yes.
to 10 people, according to our document.
Yeah. It also gives local housing authorities, the powers to inspect accommodation to make sure that it's up to certain standards.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a separate regulatory regime, isn't it, from the planning system?
Yes.
Yeah. You are confident, no doubt, that the housing officers within Stafford Borough Council would look very carefully, if planning permission were granted, that housing officers would look very carefully at the space standards and the way in which the site was laid out, wouldn't you? So that it was consistent with the regulatory regime imposed, as far as it's relevant, by the Housing Act 2004.
That's a difficult one to answer because I have a yes and a no to that.
That's fine.
And so officers would get on and do their job and make sure that it complies with the planning regulations. But no, as far as do we have the staffing, given the money that central government gives to local authorities, do we have the staff to deal with everything that comes into this? So it's not just about looking at the planning application, accepting it, it's so much more. Would you agree?
So I did explain earlier on, barristers, both me and Mr Richards, are in the privileged position of not having to answer questions put by individual witnesses. Neither of us are witnesses. We're just putting our client's case. No, so just want to be absolutely clear about this. So to the extent that the Housing Act 2004 and its various provisions are relevant, I just wanted your confirmation that you'd be confident that the council's housing officers would do their job properly and inspect and make sure that the individual units where people lived would be fit for purpose. You'd be confident that they do their job properly, wouldn't you?
I would absolutely trust every single planning officer we have, but we have half of what we need. So how, if you haven't got your fellow gentlemen sat with you, because what you need today is the two of you, but so you're there on your own, would you say you would do just as good a job without him or with him?
That's. Mr Trowbridge, I'm very, very tempted to answer that question, but I'm going to resist. My question wasn't about planning officers, Mrs Trowbridge, it's about housing officers who have a slightly different job.
The housing office, there isn't the money locally to deal with another 481 people in Stafford for housing officers, for support system, for mental health issues, for the planning officer to deal with this, for the police to deal with it, for the fire brigade going and doing inspection after inspection there. There isn't enough people in those positions. This is what I'm trying to state here. Central government are not giving enough money locally. They say they're going to, and they say they're going to let us make all our own decisions. It's not here. You can't have it both ways. It's not possible.
One of the other things you said was recognising, I think this was a quote from either my opening or something else that the appellants have produced, that the need for asylum seeker accommodation is significant and urgent, and your response to that was, it is not our need, in other words, it's not Stafford's need, I think was the point you were making.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you object as a matter of principle to any further asylum seeker accommodation within Stafford?
No.
Right.
Absolutely do not. Someone's already settled in accommodation somewhere. Do they need to move to Stafford? If they were here, when we had unaccompanied asylum seekers land here in vans, we housed them. It was Stafford's issue. They stopped here. This was the last place they stopped when they come through. That was our issue. We housed them, we looked after them, we set up friends group. We did so much. This isn't our problem. This is a problem that central government is saying, here, it's yours. We're going to put this here now. That's dictatorship. That is telling us what you're going to do, not us inviting and taking on board.
Okay, so just the final point emerging out of that then is that you don't object as a matter of principle to accommodating more asylum seekers in Stafford.
No.
It's just that you would like, on behalf of the Stafford residents, to be in a position where it's up to the council how many people are accommodated and where they're accommodated. Is that a fair summary of your position?
Nearly, yes.
we'll summarise it
I
better then.
think that central government should at very least talk to the council. They should talk to ask what's needed to make the refugees' lives better, where they could go and in what sort of size groups. And I would never dream of putting 481 people together in any circumstance. Even my son, who's a lovely boy, him and his mates, I wouldn't put 481 of them together.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Trowbridge. That's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mrs. Trowbridge. If my arithmetic is right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more people who've indicated they'd like to speak. At some point, we'll be taking a break, and I'm inclined to do it now. But of the people who've indicated that they'd like to speak, is there anybody who needs to get away who'd like to speak now, or are you happy to take it? Yes, gentlemen, you've got your hand raised.
I don't need to get away, but I do need to get it over with.
Okay, well, if it would help you, let's hear from you. You've got my sympathy. It's not nice to be sort of waiting. It's like a creeping death thing, isn't it? So apologies to everybody else who wants to speak. You've been very patient. I appreciate it. So can you remind me who you are? Because I'm in danger of muddling myself up.
My name's Julian Debney. I'm a resident of Blenheim Close, which is less than 200 yards away from the facility.
Can I double check the spelling of your surname, please?
Debney is D-E-B-N-E-Y.
Great. Local resident. Am I right in assuming you're opposed to the proposal?
You are correct in assuming that I am very much opposed to the proposal.
Okay. And are you speaking just on your behalf or on behalf of others?
On behalf of myself and also lots of people who have contacted me regarding this via internet means, basically.
Okay. It's always difficult to kind of quantify that, but I note of that. Okay. Have I forgotten anything? I don't think I have. Are you happy to answer questions if there are any put?
As long as they're nice.
Well, let's see how it goes, and you can always bail out if you'd rather not. Okay, over to you.
Okay, I'll be brief because I've got absolutely nothing prepared. My argument comes down to 3 factors: economics, safeguarding, and community. Economics is quite a simple one. Serco's own literature tells us that these people will be paid £5 a day in order to feed themselves, clothe themselves, and bathe themselves. Serco will provide a light bulb for them free of charge, I would imagine, but apart from that, it's £5 a day to live on. Can anybody in this room tell me that they can live on £5 a day, particularly when we're in some sort of living crisis as well? It can't be done. You can't live on £5 a day. Therefore, these people will have to supplement their income in order to simply eat. How are they going to do it? the government legally prohibits them from working. So they can either work illegally, or they can commit crime, or they can starve. The crime that will all happen in the local community. And I honestly don't think that anybody who lived outside of this local community would want that on their doorstep. My second issue is with safeguarding to the facility. I don't know the exact population of it, but I would imagine it's in the high hundreds. It only takes one person to go rogue and to basically perform some sort of attack on one of those students, and we have got a big, big problem. Are we going to wait until that's happened and then say, ooh, we shouldn't have done that? Or should we just not allow this ridiculous facility in the first place? My last point is to do with community. This is a strong community. It's founded on good values. There are those in the world at large who are extremely right-wing and will protest at this at every available opportunity. I think I'm right in saying the experience of Napier Barracks down in Folkestone shows that there have been numerous public order offences because, surprise, surprise, it's come as an absolute magnet for right-wing protesters. There have been numerous cases of arson there and all sorts of other public order offences. Napier Barracks houses just over 200 people, so it's less than half of the size of this proposed facility. Napier Barracks is not surrounded by nice, shiny new housing that will be a magnet for anybody who needs to steal something to feed themselves. So with all this in mind, I really can't see how this facility can go ahead. If you want right-wing boot boys running around the place, if as a rational person you don't, let's not have this facility, thank you very much. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Do you, Mr. Easton?
No, sir, I don't, even nice ones, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we will take a break now. Gentlemen, you've got your hand up.
I just want to make one small point.
So you'd like to speak?
Just very quickly.
Okay, can I jot down who you are, please?
Darryl Brokaw.
Darryl, sorry, did you...
G-R-O-U-C-O-T-T. Like I say, I'll make it quick. Reiterate everything everyone else has said.
So you were a bit too quick for me with your surname, my apologies.
Grocott, G-R-O-U-C-O-T-T.
Okay. Thank you.
I live within 3/4 of a mile, Tarth Barn Road.
You're
like
opposed,
I say.
I take it?
Say again?
You're opposed? You're opposed to the scheme?
Of course I am.
And are you just speaking for yourself?
Yeah, I'm speaking on my own opinion.
Okay.
It's just one quick thing I'd like to make everyone aware that's here. I received an email from Serco, from Emily Coward, in October, and all landlords up from the north and northwest are being offered 5 years rent up front for their properties. So this is not the only development, it's going on all over. Private landlords are going to be snapping them up. So I'd just like to make you aware that Serco have proposed that to private landlords all up the northwest. So there'll be many, many, many private landlords snapping that up. So I'd just like to make everyone aware of that.
Are you happy to answer questions? I haven't got a question. Here's from Mr. Easton from you.
No, only this. Do you have a copy of that email?
Of course I do.
You could share with
Right,
us.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got the rates that you pay and everything. It's a restricted, sensitive email, and I don't want to obviously put that into the public, but at the end of the day, it's not on, in my opinion, because that's just a money grab. If you're offering that much money up front to private landlords are after money as it is. It's a number one incentive. So they're going to snap up this left, right and centre, right up to the north, so what you're offering it. So I'd just like to make people aware that that's going on, because it's not just these centres, it's not just these things. Serco are a big company, and they're doing many streams of of this. So I just wanted to make people aware that that's happening.
Perhaps if one of the council team were kind enough to give an email address to which you could send that, they can then send it on to us.
It makes me surprised that you're not aware of that. It's ridiculous,
Well,
really.
let's if that can be done during the break, please.
Yes, either the email could be forwarded to us, or we can...
Not a problem.
If
Like I say, Emily Coward from Circa, I've just been reading it on my phone now. I spoke with her on the phone, we had a direct conversation. She was a really friendly girl, nothing against her, but she offered me 5 years rent up front, all bills, damages included. Well, are you calling me a liar?
Well, hang on, we'll
Are you calling me a liar, madam? Apology accepted.
Right, Mr.
So I don't
Woodcock.
lie. I've had a verbal conversation with the Emily. That is the proposed. So I just wanted to know that everyone else, that it's not just this. There might be of all sorts around everywhere.
I
So
think we understand the point.
Yep.
We're going to provide a copy via the council. That's appreciated. Okay, we'll take a break now. My apologies to people who are left dangling, and we'll hear from you after the break. If you just bear with me a moment. One really important point: you need to know when you need to be back by. Otherwise, we'll all be going in different directions. It's just after 1:45. Just to give everybody a chance to do what they need to do, we'll take a 20-minute break and we'll resume at 12:05. We're now adjourned. Thank you.
terms of law and order are a drain on the economy locally, not contributing to it locally. A point has been made about the repurposing of student accommodation. Well, student accommodation doesn't provide a net draw on local facilities because at the time, a net zero movement within the country. What we are proposing, or what the Serco are proposing, it looks much more like a concentration camp. If there is a fire, where do 481 people assemble, and where can they be checked to make sure that the premises are empty and safe? Serco's proposals are for this building alone, increases the fear of crime.
If not, I shall go to my Rachel Knowles is the next name on my. If you really need to go, okay. Yeah, cool. Is Rachel Knowles still here? Sorry.
So she was the lady who's coming at 9:30 tomorrow.
Of course she is. Good. Thank you for reminding me.
The village of Weston,
Okay.
and my vested interest is my son goes to the local academy at
Okay.
Weston Road.
Let me just get a note of that. So that's at Weston Road Academy?
That's right,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you. You opposed to the scheme?
I am indeed.
Okay, over to you then, please.
I'm not against. It was interesting to hear that the local Stafford's police service have actually said that they have no issues with what has been proposed in terms of the development. I can let you have this piece of paper if you wish, but it would appear that I think somebody's not doing their job properly in a poorly performing police service. A freedom of information request was made on the 26th of April 2021. And as part of that request, it was asked of the local police service, how many foreign nationals has your force arrested by nationality and where available type of crime? How many requests have you made for information on overseas convictions have you made for arresting foreign nationals? And how many arrested foreign nationals have been found to have overseas convictions by nationality and where available type of crime? The response to that...
Could I just... Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Looks like you're reading from...
It's from the actual document.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if that was circulated.
I will submit that.
If you can give a copy to the council and if I can
They
ask
can
the
have
council to circulate that, that
Yeah.
would be helpful, just so that we've all got that. But please
I
continue.
only found it this morning, so,
Okay.
so I've only got the one copy.
I'm not being critical.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah. The response that was given to this freedom of information request was, on behalf of Staffordshire Police, I wish to advise you that whilst I can confirm that Staffordshire Police does hold the information requested, the force claims the provision under the appropriate limit, section 1.1, does not oblige a public authority to comply with the request for information if the authority estimates that the cost of complying with the request would exceed the prescribed limit. So, we're led to believe there is information available that they are not willing to put into the public domain, albeit they call it from a cost point of view. They have admitted that there is information there, so I'm at a bit of a loss as to why they are saying to the local community there are no issues from that point of view. That suggests to me that there's something going on in terms of the way they're putting their information out. People may or may not be aware that there are close on to 90,000 prisoners in England and Wales. I don't know if it would surprise people, but over 9,000 of those individuals are actually foreign nationals. And they are in prison for committing a number of offences. and they are murders, rapes, violent offences, drugs, burglary, fraud, robbery and other offences. So there is a broad spectrum there in terms of criminal offending that's going on or has gone on. Now embedded themselves in our local communities in the country, and particularly the big cities. They need a stepping stone to move out to continue with their criminal activity. And we hear that locally with drugs, cross-border drugs, all of that sort of stuff getting involved, dragging local children, local teenagers and things like that into their way of working, their way of life, to offer them money. So, although I am not against asylum seekers, I do know there is a serious criminal element infiltrating immigration centres. Another point I would just like to reiterate, which I heard one lady speak about, was that there appears to be a fence already being built as a security measure by Serco outside the building that they propose to house people in. Well, that to me kind of indicates an indication that they feel they're going to win the appeal. And I heard they're supposed to have planning permission. Well, that to me flies in the face of everything to do with the honesty and trust in terms of our democracy, when they are trying to already set up a perimeter around there for security purposes. We know that checks are not being done when people arrive in the country. So there's going to be quite a lull in terms of when those checks are going to be done. I've read in recent circulation that Serco will also indicate other centres or immigration centres. Well, I think that's a bit of a misleading quote in newspapers and things like that, or some of the documentation I've seen, because just recently they've had a serious riot at an immigration centre, a closed immigration centre where they deport people, where 13 people actually escaped from that facility. That kind of gives you an indication of those that haven't been granted asylum, what they will do not to comply with a local accommodation that will not be as secure as the centre that Serco operates. So in terms of security, there are raised issues there. And it's not to do with those that seek a genuine asylum. It is those who are using our laws to circumnavigate systems and policies to further continue their criminal activities in the country. And so, by virtue of that, that local centre will also have criminals at some point going into it. And the local police have stated they have no problems, and yet evidence would suggest, under a Freedom of Information Act, that a lot of criminal activity has taken place, and it's not available out in the public domain. So there are some cross purposes going on in terms of information, in my opinion. And I think that brings
questions for you. Any questions from you, Mr. Easton?
I have three. The first one of which is it Ryan or Riley?
Riley.
Riley.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Second question is that I think I've located the Freedom of Information response that you were referring to. And just to make sure we're looking at the same document, both of us, there's so we'll have copies provided, but whilst Mr. Riley's here, I better take the opportunity to ask him questions about it.
Please.
Does it say FOI ref number 13039 at the top left-hand corner?
Excuse me. That's correct.
Yeah, and the date is the 26th of April 2021.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then there's on the first page, there's the series of questions, which I think you told us about how many foreign nationals as you're forced arrested by nationality, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And then we have the response, and you drew our attention to the rejection by Staffordshire Police of the request for the information because, I quote, that the cost of complying with the request would exceed the prescribed limit. You took us to that part of the letter, didn't you?
In brackets said where the cost of compliance exceeds the appropriate limit.
Yeah, okay. And then, in the next paragraph, and I'll read this out for the benefit of those who don't have the document in front of them, having said the cost of compliance would exceed the appropriate limit, they go on to say, this is...
Yep.
Yeah. The old custody system is now in the process of being decommissioned and as a result cannot be readily interrogated to retrieve data to provide foreign national arrests. It would entail manually searching hundreds of custody records to establish if they fitted the criteria of the request. In addition, to provide the data in response to questions 2A and 2B, so 2A and 2B, that relate to information on overseas convictions, essentially.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah, would entail hundreds of records to be manually checked to retrieve the requested information. To achieve this task would exceed the time and cost threshold. So I think those are the reasons why the police say that they are unable to provide that information. That's a fair reading of the letter, isn't it?
That is, yes,
yeah,
sir.
Okay.
Yep.
And whilst you make the point that the information may be available as to the number of foreign nationals who have been arrested, the police have given a specific set of reasons as to why they're unable to provide that information, haven't they?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. And similarly, we don't know from this letter, do we, if Staffordshire Police had arrested foreign nationals for a variety of criminal offences, what proportion of those would be asylum seekers? We simply don't. That letter doesn't tell us the answer to that question, does it?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Could I make a further point?
Yep.
Please. I appreciate where you're coming from in terms of what you've just said. Obviously, they were migrating a system from what appears to be a migrated across to some sort of computer database system. So that information would be very, very easily available as part of the not only Staffordshire Police Service, but the Police Crime Commissioner in terms of that information. So what I would just say in relation to that is that as the police have actually stated they don't have an issue, there may be some further investigation needs to take place for them to provide that from their current computer systems to provide all the information that was requested at that time.
Okay, fine. So, but we don't know, do we, whether a subsequent freedom of information request has been made asking the same questions, but under the new system?
I can only go on the information I got available.
That's fair enough. Okay, so that was my second question. My third question is this. You told us about the number of prisoners in the country.
Yep.
And I'm going to assume for the purposes of this question that you're right, that 9,000 out of the 90,000 prisoners, is that in England or the UK?
It's in excess in England and Wales.
Yeah, England and Wales, okay.
Yep.
9,000 of those are foreign nationals. Can you tell us what proportion of them are asylum seekers?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Riley. Thank you ever so much for your time.
Could I make one further submission? Sorry.
Like, please do.
It's just that when I talked about the different convictions in violence and things like that, and robbery and other offences, in the media it has been highlighted, tend to come from the Eastern European countries of Albania, maybe Romania. And certainly in the top 3 largest offenders where these come from, when this information was available, was Poland, Albania and Romania. So, ergo, it would make sense to me that there would be a lot of people who maybe have come over under the guise of asylum, breaking the law, ending up in prison, and are then subject to deportation. And I would assume from that Yarlswood Immigration Centre would have all that information that the gentleman's just asked for in terms of how many asylum seekers. So they would have information available to the investigation which would support whether they originally came under asylum or not.
Is there anything else, Mr. Easton?
No, nothing arises from that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Riley.
very much.
Okay. Stephen Spen-Newen, I hope I'm doing justice to your name. Spen-Win, excuse me.
So I do have a statement which I can forward on.
Oh, well, that would be very helpful.
Which is what I should be reading.
I will take notes nonetheless. Can I just double check? I think you indicated. Are you opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. Are you happy to answer questions?
I am happy to answer questions, yes.
Okay. And you're a parish councillor?
I'm a parish councillor.
Okay. Thank you, councillor. Over to you.
Okay. So, firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I just want to add a comment, actually, with reference to the lady doctor who spoke just before lunch. And I think most of us here would welcome people like that who came here as refugees. So the point here is we're not necessarily against refugees. I'm speaking against the location. So I speak on behalf of Hopton and Coton Parish Council, and in particular for the residents of St Mary's Gate, which is the residential development just next door to Stafford Court. And I'm a resident of St Mary's Gate. I say that the opposition is to the proposed location, i.e. the use of Stafford Court. The opposition is not against Serco in the delivery of their lawful duty, but we state the location choice is entirely unsuitable. Residents, and those in particular of St Mary's Gate, are worried and fearful, and they are. And you do not have the right to treat residents in this way. I refer as well to the Stafford Borough Council officers' report, which disappointingly approved the original planning application. And under section 2, amenity paragraph D, it states in there, it says a number of concerns have been raised regarding overlooking and the loss of privacy. The building is some 22.5 metres to residential curtilage to the south. The design, SBD, requires a separation of 21 metres between principal habitable rooms, windows to which the development complex complies, and as such the proposal is not considered to result in overlooking to the dwellings to the south. It goes on to a number of other different things, but I believe that you had a walk around the location, and I would say that to make such an important planning decision based on the difference between 22.5 metres and 21 metres, i.e. 1.5 metres, is really a planning anomaly when seen in the context of the importance of this decision. This is not someone's conservatory that we're talking about. This is a facility that will hold potentially hundreds of predominantly young single males. At a meeting of the Parish Council, held on the 8th of March, some 50 people gave strong views. Francis was at that meeting, against the Serco proposal. And residents, particularly from St Mary's Gate, whose properties overlook Stafford Court, were extremely concerned as to how close the rooms to be occupied by the asylum seekers would be to their own bedrooms. Whilst it may be said that this is no different to the current designated use of the building, in fact the building has not been occupied since 2014, and Serco themselves acknowledge this in their own documentation. So I think to say that it's an equal situation is not fair. The proposed location is next door to that. It's already been said today that it's a family location, and people walk their dogs and their children play on the central green area, and we like it. and that's how we'd like it to stay, as a free and open area. Serco themselves say that the single young males who will in fact be in the building will be allowed to wander unhindered. That's what their own documentation says. And I find that somewhat offensive. I would ask that the planning appeals team take that into consideration as well in terms of that location and the nearness. Secondly, fear of crime has been mentioned a good few times today, and I'm going to do so again. The Crime and Disorder Act of 1998 established the responsibility of reducing crime does not fall solely to the police. Section 17 requires that local authorities exercise their functions with due regard to the likely effect of crime and disorder, and they do so reasonably to do all that they can prevent crime and disorder through planning means. Stafford Borough Council rejected the Serco planning application for all the right reasons, and in fact I was one of the speakers at the original planning application alongside Francis Beattie. So all those reasons have been documented and are underpinned by Stafford Borough Council's response today. The application by Serco fails to show that local people will be protected from crime and, I would say, the fear of crime, which is a material planning consideration, planning policy framework. People are well aware of such incidences occurring at similar locations around the country. I don't have to prove that, it's common knowledge, and it's been mentioned a number of different times today. And Serco themselves, in their own statement of common ground documentation, state and acknowledge that fear of crime is a material planning consideration. And they've put that under the section of matters that remain in dispute. And I would say that that's true, it still does remain in dispute. So I would ask, very simply, how does this appeal mitigate that fear of crime? I've heard nothing so far that seeks to mitigate that fear of crime. Indeed, the planning appeal itself received a letter from our MP, Theo Clark, dated the 27th of January, to yourself, talking about another location in our community, Penkridge, that said that 70 young men have been housed there, and already the MP has received numerous complaints about men hanging around the local schools and following girls home. So this has already been repeated elsewhere, and Serco have not sought to do anything about that, and that's our MP herself writing to the planning appeal. And she urges you, the department, to refuse the appeal on the basis that the location of the site is completely inappropriate for such a facility. And that is on the website, that letter.
Yeah, for the avoidance of any doubt, I have that letter. Yeah.
Okay. And this refers itself to Serco's statement of case documentation, where they are seeking to mitigate fear of crime being a material planning consideration, and they make reference to a particular case. And I heard it mentioned earlier on West Midlands Probation Committee versus the Secretary of State for the Environment, Transport and Regions, 1998. And I guess my point on that one is I refute that, and that's case law, and it's up to our Borough Council and today to say that that's simply case law. I think it's wrong to cite such a case and say that that mitigates the fear of crime, because that would need to be tested. It's case law and would need to be tested. And if so, the appellant would need to provide evidence demonstrating that the proposed use of the property will be properly managed and will not generate significant elevated levels of crime. And how are they going to do that? What's the guarantees that they're going to put in place? And how will that satisfy local residents who will have to bear this burden? Lastly, in terms of consultation, I don't think that residents have been consulted, consulted enough. There are various guidelines that should have been followed. And whilst I acknowledge that the initial letter drop and the online consultation, their own documentations with things like special interest groups and businesses and so on, I see no evidence of that, and I would like to see that brought forward by Serco and to see the results. And even on the online consultation that was made, I believe the numbers were some 83% who opposed the location itself. How have Serco acknowledged that, and what do they intend to do about that? So one last thing, Human Rights Act, and in particular Protocol 1, Article 1, I'm saying that that should be taken into account as well. I know that's nothing to do with planning, but as residents, we have human rights as well, and I would like that taken into account. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. I've no questions for you. Are there any questions from you, Mr. Easton?
I mean, there's just a couple of points of clarification. First, have you read the evidence produced by Serco for this inquiry, the proofs of evidence?
Yes.
You have. And in particular, have you read Katie Wood's proof of evidence in which she sets out the security measures that will be required?
Yes.
Okay. Because one of the things you did say in your evidence a few moments ago is that Serco have failed to show how local people will be protected and what measures will be introduced in order to do that. Whether or not you think they may be effective, it is clear, isn't it, that a number of security...
They would be effective, and I would say, have they been effective at other Serco locations?
Okay. Well, that's a question that we can deal with. Thank you very much. Next, you cited, I think, 3 policies for the National Planning Policy Framework. Just to make sure I've got my note accurate. It was paragraphs 8, 92 and 97, am I right?
I can pass my documentation across and it'll be documented within there.
Okay. Fine. And finally, you made a point about consultation. Although you acknowledge that some consultation took place, you didn't feel that the local community had been consulted enough. Okay. If the level of consultation which you think would have been appropriate was actually carried out, I'm not accepting that it was insufficient, but for the purpose of this question, I'm assuming that more should have been done. Do you think that the local community would have formed a different view about the acceptability of this scheme?
Unlikely, because we wouldn't know, but what I did make the point that your online consultation did produce a result of 83% opposing, so I would imagine that any further consultation would probably result in a similar number.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, you've got your hand up. Yes.
Could I very briefly say that neither ourselves or our adult children would receive anything from Serco. We live within half a mile. We already know I have on the Western Road.
Okay, we'll have the next speak in your time, but don't rush.
Hi, Sharon Stokes. I live Kingston Hill.
So you live?
On Kingston Hill. And I didn't receive any notification.
Okay.
I have family members that live further down Kingston Hill who received a letter.
Are you opposed to the scheme?
I am opposed to the scheme, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are you happy to answer questions?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I know there was something else as well. Are you just speaking on your behalf? Or?
My behalf, and also concerns from my daughter's day centre.
And that day centre is local to the?
It's actually on the university side and on the bungalow.
It's on the northern side of Western Road, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, that's why I want to talk. You mentioned primary schools, so there's one left and there's one opposite. There's also the Western Road High School Academy. My daughter attends a day centre that is in the bungalow at the, on the university site, and also a few rooms on the main university. They are vulnerable adults. My daughter, although she wouldn't be allowed out on her own, is very unaware of stranger danger. So if anybody approached her, she would deem that it'd be okay for her to talk to them, go with them. Obviously, she wouldn't be allowed out unsupervised, but there's always, you know, they are outside. The second bungalow that's on the front of the university site houses a day centre for old age pensioners. Again, more vulnerable people within a very short distance. And that's really all I wanted to say. You mentioned the schools and that, but we haven't mentioned the additional needs children and also the old age pensioners that go there as a day centre. Okay. And that's it.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you. Any questions from you, Mr. Easton?
Yeah, it's just a point of clarification so I can pinpoint exactly where the care centre is. Is it a daycare centre for adults with additional needs?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
On the front of the university, there's two bungalows.
Okay.
One's New Direction, which is where my daughter goes.
Okay, New Direction. Thank you.
And the other one is for the older residents. I don't know what that's called. Sorry.
No, it's fine. So it's called New Direction. Is your daughter's
yes,
daycare centre?
Yes, yeah. And there's lunch in the cafe, which is open to the general public.
Okay. Excellent. That's all I had. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There was another gentleman who wanted to speak. Are you still? Yeah, please. Thanks for your patience. It's appreciated. Afternoon.
I do. How are you?
Can I make a note of your name, please?
Elliot. Okay, do you want my surname?
That's your surname.
Holt. No.
Mr. Elliot.
No, yeah, Mr. Holt it is.
Oh, Mr. Holt, excuse me. Elliot
Okay.
Holt. And you, again, I'm not going to insist on your address, but if you happen to give your address...
Just local area, yeah. Local area.
Okay. Local resident. And are you opposed to the scheme?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you just speaking on your behalf?
Just on the public's behalf, yeah.
On the public's behalf? It's a difficult one, that,
No,
for
it's
me.
not. It's generally 83% of the people I'm speaking on about 80, let's just say 80% put it in their favour, 80% of the public's behalf.
Okay. Well, I'll make a note of that, but I'm also conscious that it's difficult to demonstrate.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Speaking for
But as a member of the public, I can get away with not being too professional. And okay, so basically, there's a gentleman who covered the crime, really, so he's covered most of that. But the point on that was that the fact everybody's saying fear of crime, and they seem to be afraid to speak up and say that it's blatantly obvious that refugees cause crime. It's statistically proven, and people are afraid of being labelled as racist, so they don't say it, and people use this whole fear of hurting people's feelings rather than getting to the facts. And the facts are, unless you bend the statistics, that refugees do cause crime because they need to, and it's not all of them, and I've certainly got no problem with helping people who generally need it. I don't think males need it, I think it's the families that need it. Wouldn't you agree with that? No answer? Okay, so...
Well, let's just hear from you, please.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking the question. Like like he's been asking questions, I think it's only fair to ask a question. So a bit of eye contact would be nice, thanks. So,
Mr. Holt, the way this works is you're giving your evidence. I may or may not have some questions once you've done that.
Eye contact would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm also taking notes.
Okay.
All right.
So
I may have some questions for you.
Okay.
But the way in which a public inquiry works is that witnesses don't have the opportunity, I'm afraid, to ask questions of the advocates. I'm the advocate for my client. If you want to ask questions of any of my witnesses and you're able to attend, then I don't imagine the inspector would stop you from asking questions of my witnesses.
And when will that be?
That will be probably starting tomorrow.
Okay, so they'll be here tomorrow. Okay, interesting. Okay, so yeah, so basically, obviously, the crime thing is a fact. It's not a fear. Then, obviously, as regards a couple of kind of residences going to be made available, but I get the impression that these are it's basically for kind of a through flow of refugees. So actually we're not talking 480, we're talking probably 40,000 in 10 years, because they'll all be coming through, being fed into the general public, which would then fall in line with the gentleman who had the landlord application or the letter, basically offering 5 years rent. So I'd imagine then that would sort of be the feed-in. Effectively, the landlords will be used to sort of take the through flow effectively. So I'd be interested to understand exactly whether it is actually a through flow kind of accommodation, or if it is actually permanent residence for them. And then, is it just men mainly? And if so, is that a genuine refugee? Because to me, if the place they're seeking asylum from is that bad, would you leave your family behind? I know I wouldn't. And then I noticed somebody said there's an acceptance centre that was going to be the fire station. Now, irregardless of where it is there going to be an acceptance centre? Because if there is, if you don't know if you're going to accept them yet, you've obviously got concern as to whether they're eligible in whatever way, and where will they go when they're turned down from the acceptance centre? What kind of measures were in place to escort them safely? There's a couple of points that were mentioned as regards to crime. Actually, going back to that apparently the Bird in Hand has got some asylum seekers there, and there was a congregation of asylum seekers that have been causing trouble, drinking on the streets, basically breaking laws. They're maybe used to be able to do that. They're okay to do certain things in their own country. They've got different cultural laws and standards that don't fit in with ours. I mean, the one that seems to really keep popping up is young girls getting followed home. Now, we all know that cultural difference is a lack of respect for women. Now, based on our view, based on our sort of culture anyway, so whether they're right or wrong, I mean, I'll leave that for you to decide, but there seems to be a bit of a pattern that they follow young girls home and they harass them. They are definitely getting young children into gangs. I've seen it in London myself. I spend a lot of time in London. The Albanian community especially. These are all facts. Okay, people are afraid to say it, but these are facts. So, based on that, there's no argument whether it should be going anywhere near a school. It's just absolutely ludicrous that you're even presenting it. And anybody looking in front of me that are representing this case should have a little look at themselves if they're prepared to justify anything that's so immoral. There's also a lady asked me to mention about the local sort of traveller community. Apparently, under your planning law, large sites, you're only allowed to, you're restricting the size of the sites through intimidation or whatever reason, just general kind of control, really. So if this is true, obviously I don't know, if we're applying that law or that kind of precedent for the traveller community, then why can't we apply that for asylum seekers who we haven't got any clue about their whereabouts, where they've been before, what they've been up to. A far more justifiable kind of set of rules should be applied to them, I think. That's everything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holt.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Are you happy to answer any questions if there
feel
are
free.
any? I haven't got any from you, Mr.
Just one. One of the very first things you said, Mr. Holt, was that it's, and I'm quoting here, it's statistically proven that asylum seekers cause crime.
Yep.
So that we can just understand the basis of that evidence, can you point me to where those statistics, you got those statistics from?
Yeah, there's one of the places, the CEPR. So that's cepr.org.
cepr.org.
Okay.
Anywhere else?
No, that'll do for now. You can do your own research.
No, well, with respect, that's not an answer to the question. You are specifically saying it's statistically proven that asylum seekers cause crime.
I'll just give you proof.
Right. Well, you haven't given me proof. You've given me a
I'll give you a
website
site,
address.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Did you get statistics from anywhere else other than the cepr.org?
There's plenty of statistics. I'm not going to stand here doing your job for you. You can go and do that.
Okay. All right. Well, we're not going to get...
Thank you, everyone. Before we... oh, yes, excuse me. My apologies. I'm glad, you know, it was self-fulfilling prophecy, wasn't it? Me asking you to remind me. My apologies.
Thank you.
Sorry, and your name is, please?
Nigel Thomas.
Local resident?
I am 37 Avondale Circle. So I'm one of the residents within the 21.5 or 20 metres, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, I wasn't checking, but I imagine I walked past your house yesterday. I've certainly walked along Avondale.
More than welcome to come for a cup of tea the next time you're there.
Kind offer, thank you. And are you opposed to the scheme?
Yes.
Okay, and are you just representing yourself, or...?
Represent myself and the view of the little cluster of neighbours where we live there on Avondale Circle, which is a cluster of 4 properties. You know, to the boundary, and where we live there at the moment, because of the season, there's lots of trees, so there's an element of privacy that's there. But obviously when we get to the autumnal period and the leaves fall off, there is zero privacy. So literally, you know, the back of our house is as close to the back of that room, you know, for the windows in that property. And as has been mentioned beforehand, you know, nothing's been there since 2014, so there's been no invasion of one's privacy. And so that's from a personal perspective. The reason why I'm objecting as well is, when we speak about communication, we've heard a lot today about different levels of communication. My wife and I moved to that property in November last year. We've been a resident of Stafford for 15 years, and, you know, basically when we were moving to that property, we had no indication that there was a proposed change of status for that property there, which typically, you know, when you're buying a property, should normally come up on, you know, kind of local searches and things like that. So that's also confirmed by one of our neighbours who have moved in since, and they too weren't notified on any potential change of use of a building which is, you know, in very close proximity. And that would have had a major impact on our decision, you know, to buying the property. But, you know, it's done now. So I think that's all, you know, in terms of the property. With regards to one of my neighbour's comments, my direct neighbour in 35 Avondale Circle, he is ex-serviceman, and again has done his time, you know, and served, you know, for our country out in Afghanistan, where a lot of the asylum seekers are proposed to come from. And he, you know, basically has witnessed the torture that these individuals go through in their country, and he personally strongly objects to the fact that these people, whilst we don't object to asylum, We object to the nature of the people that are being proposed here because they're coming from an area where they are very mentally disturbed. And all of those things will lead into crime, ultimately. You know, and the last point I want to make is on the pressures that it will have on health resource. In all my career, I've worked in the commercial industry dealing with infectious disease. So during COVID, I was working for a UK manufacturer. We were one of the government suppliers, you know, for PCR testing. And I manage the business across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I regularly travel through these regions and on a daily basis look at reports, you know, from the European Centre for Disease Control. Because one of the things that we do in our company is to look at the burden that this will place onto healthcare systems. I know from statistics through the ECDC and also just purely through sales revenue, unfortunately to say that we are seeing a massive increase in communicable diseases coming into parts of Europe at the moment where they're at pandemic level with diseases that have never been seen in the Western Europe before. For example, African Nile virus, which is a rampant viral disease, which is from a communicable perspective, is about 10 to 15 times more virulent than COVID. And there's no two ways to put this. Inward migration is causing these diseases to come around. Point number one. Point number two, we've just gone through the biggest pandemic in the world over the last few years. And we've all seen the damage that's been done through this pretty aggressive respiratory disease. And when we look at two statistics coming from that, one, we have to look at the percentage of vaccinated population versus the percentage of non-vaccinated population. And again, it's clear that in areas where we have inward migration through asylum, that there's been no vaccination programs in these countries. So a lot of people are traveling into Europe unvaccinated, okay? But also we're looking at putting 480 potentially unvaccinated people into a closed environment. We all know during COVID, from our personal perspective, the dangers, like it or not, COVID has not disappeared. So I believe that when you're looking at the local area and the burden on health, there will be an increased burden on health, purely through the nature of the people who are claiming asylum, where they're coming from, the lack of vaccinations and healthcare facilities in some of these regions. And again, that's fact. I'm not just talking off, the back of a cigarette packet here. So I do believe this is going to cause a huge pressure on the local healthcare services, which are, as Caroline has pointed here today, are already strained today. So that's the comments that I want to make from a personal perspective, from my neighbours. And again, I'd welcome on your visit to the site to come to the back of our property and to look at the proximity of that, and also the concern around that fence that has just been put up, because that wasn't there when we moved the property. And now when I look through the back of my window, I see a huge metal fence that's now been erected. And as whether it's with planning permission, non-planning permission, to be honest, I'm not here to go into that detail at the moment. But why would that happen? And I've heard the reason it's happened is to protect the building from what? An asset that's going to somewhere, but protected from who? So I'm not going to say any more. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I don't have any questions. Please, if you'd like to come to the front here, please. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, yeah, my name's Sean Connolly. I live on Longhurst Drive, which is a few hundred yards away from the site. My main concern is I've got a 12-year-old daughter who walks to school, is a member of the local high school. Obviously, as we said, I think there's 1,400 children within who access that road, which is next to the site, the Beaconside site. So obviously, one of the issues I've got is, I'm not sure if you've done, I can ask you the question, if you've done your site visit at 8:30 in the morning or 3:30 at night, because if you did, you would see an absolute sea of children.
Yeah, it was the latter. It was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
I could see children going back and forth from the various schools.
I think there's a lot of adults here today, but I think sometimes we need to speak for the children, because those children, I think, an important part of their fun. I mean, I drive past my daughter in the morning, walking down to the school with her friends, laughing and joking, walking past that site, as you'll see hundreds of children doing a similar sort of thing. If this scheme goes ahead, I think, will the parents be comfortable their children walking past that site every day? I know certainly I won't. I'll be dropping off outside the school gate and picking her up, because I think the safety of the children is just paramount. And I think so. When I worked in the education sector, any school trip, any activity, we had to do a detailed risk assessment, and that was something that the Education Authority always insisted on. Now, it astounds me that we're looking to put 480 asylum seekers with no criminal histories available into a site which is going to be easily accessible to all those school children. And also, let's be realistic. They're 482 males. What are 482 males going to be attracted to? They're going to be attracted to the young girls walking past the site. That's just inevitable. And also, there's also going to be probably some issues with problems with the local lads as well that walk past the site. 482 males. And also, I don't know if you saw as well on the site that the actual site backs onto the school. You can actually jump over the fence, which backs into the site, and you're actually into the school ground. At lunchtime, all the children are on the school field, which again backs onto the site. So you could just jump over that fence. You're into the site. You're into the school children. That's inevitably going to happen, unfortunately. I've actually took some drone footage, which I supplied to the council, which I think is available, which shows that actually the proximity to the school gates and actually children playing on the school fields and how close it is as well to residential areas. Can I just ask the learning inspector as well, where you've actually been into the centre of the accommodation? Have you seen how small the rooms are?
Not yet.
Yeah. They've put metal covers over them all now because I think it's been vandalised.
It's not what I saw yesterday. I didn't see any sort of metal covers to any of the openings.
They kind of put metal covers over all the windows at the front and to the side. Did you go around the back where the big metal fence has been put up?
Well, I saw the two fences that cut off access to the rear. Obviously, I didn't scale those. I got as far as those and turned back.
Yeah, it's an also thing which is an important thing to notice at night as well. There's on the artificial 4G pitch. There's hundreds of school children who access those pitches for junior football. There's lots of parents. Again, lots of junior football boys and girls teams, which again that's got to be a massive issue as well. Again, the risk assessments, and I'd ask Serco as a question going forward, what are the detailed risk assessments? I haven't seen any detailed risk assessments for how they're going to control these 482 men and how that's going to impact on when children go in and out of school, and how they're going to stop and monitor that the asylum seekers don't enter the school grounds. So, just finishing off, obviously again, I'm a local resident. I access the local health services. I know how extremely difficult it is to get an appointment at Beaconside Health Centre, which is a health centre which is actually on the site. virtually very difficult to get appointments. A&E as well, we all know how much problems staff at A&E has had. I think the waiting times are at a record level. I think that the trend is that most of those will access their health provision through A&E. I think that's kind of a common trend. So I would again say, where are these? What is the health provision for these people? You know, how is that going to be set up? So again, I'll just finish. As I say, I think we've just got to take into consideration the health and well-being of the children. You know, that why should they have to have fear walking to school and walking back to school every day? You know, we've got hundreds of children there. So you know, we're adults. We'll get on with it, but they're the ones who've got to face going there every day, and they're going to be concerned about it. And ultimately, you know, with all the will in the world, with 482 young men, single men, there are going to be issues. And I think if anyone thinks there isn't going to be issues, well, I may be wrong, but I think we're living in cloud cuckoo land to think that there isn't going to be significant issues with that number of people outside schools. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I haven't got any questions for you, Mr. Easton. Do you have
No,
any?
thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I think what we'll do is, unless there is anybody who wishes to speak who hasn't already indicated, who's not coming tomorrow or later? No? Okay. Oh, yes? That's fine. Just to read, some people may have arrived since I said this earlier, but you don't have to be on a list. All you need to do is let me know. But I would like to deal with as many speakers today as possible. If that's so, if you do want to speak and you are here, please let me know. Thank you for letting me know. Can I make a note of your name? Thank you. You're a local resident?
Yes.
Okay. I won't press you on an address. Are you willing to give an address?
No, I'm a woman who lives on my own, so I'd rather not.
I understand. Are you speaking just on your behalf or on behalf of others? Okay. Are you opposed to the scheme?
I'm neither, because I don't pretend to be qualified in any sort of planning law, so I'm neither.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And if there are any questions, would you be happy to answer those? Okay, please.
Yeah, from what I can understand from all the discussions that have already taken place, the issue of having to find somewhere for these vulnerable people to be housed, and that, you know, becoming our issue in this area, seems to be that there is this huge backlog of asylum seekers that have come to this country and are not being processed. So I think, although we might not like it, there might come a point where we might have to face that these people will have to go somewhere. And from what I understand of the legal purpose of this inquiry, it is to determine whether this planning application is suitable. And I assume that if it is turned down, then another application may be made for an alternative site. That's just my understanding. Like I say, I don't pretend to have any qualifications. But I think, unfortunately, we are going to have to accept that due to pressure, as Mrs Trowbridge has pointed out, due to pressures coming down from central government and a lack of resources, this is being made the problem. Serco are a profit-making company. I would just like it to be put into the record that, you know, if Serco do end up being the ones who develop the site and run that as a profit-making enterprise that will be coming out of our taxes, you know, I'm not for or against the whole issue in principle, but somebody is going to be making a profit of this development, and it won't be us. And I think if they are successful in getting any sort of contract for having a place like this, then really what needs to be in that contract is that they also need to take some sort of social responsibility, not just around whether they put up a fence or board up any windows or how many people are going to be in how much accommodation. But I think that what would be a good faith article to both the local people and the vulnerable people who come here from the war-torn countries is that I would like to see a company like Serco providing activities for these people to do, lessons, facilities, You know, people who can go into these buildings and can help them with things, because of course, when vulnerable people have nothing to do except reflect on the traumatic experiences that they've already been through, of course that can lead to unintended consequences. So I think if a developer like Serco is going to be making a profit and providing this service, then they need to commit to some sort of social provisions where these people are not only concentrated, as we have correctly used the word interpret as a punitive manner, but they also need to be given something to better themselves, so that if they are given asylum in this country, they've bettered themselves, they've maybe learned some of our language, and they're ready to move into our job market and economy and make, as many asylum seekers do, a valuable contribution to the local community. And if they are unsuccessful in their asylum claim, then at least they might have learned some skills, or even just had some input in their health and developed some resilience for wherever their journey takes them next. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Well, so I think both my learned friend and I, we're in the difficult position, given that Mr. Williams is neutral. I'm not sure either of us can ask any questions.
I think you're absolutely right. Okay.
That will be recorded, though, won't it, into the record? Even if you're not asking any questions, what I've said will be recorded.
Yeah, well, I've made a note of what you've said. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You want to... well, if you come to the front then, please.
It's just a very quick comment on what that lady just said. She, just a very, very quick comment, because the lady said, we can all wish for everything. You know, that was just a wish list. And it was obvious from what was said in the opening statement that they're not even going to let them use the football pitches. So that was just a wish list. You know, yes, we will.
Well,
the planning has gone through the system already. The plan has been set up, whether it can be accepted or not. This is an appeal on that planning application. That's my understanding. And in the opening statement, the gentleman across the table stated the football pitches will not be used by the asylum seekers.
Well,
and so they're already saying
sorry,
they're not interested.
Well, we're not. This isn't. We're not turning this into a discussion or a debate.
Okay, sorry.
I've heard the evidence. I've heard the evidence. We're now going to break. We're now going to break for lunch. It would help. It would help that I could be heard, please. It would help that I could be heard, please. It's no good people calling out. If somebody wants to say something, just raise your hand. You can come to the front and you can say something. But this isn't an open debate. If you want to have a chat, we're going to have a lunch break now, and you can have a chat. It's great. But we're not doing it during the inquiry time. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, we'll adjourn. Oh, Mr.
So I've just got one matter to draw to your attention. I've had a request, I'm told from BBC News, who would like to use some of the broadcast material that's been on the YouTube channel via the website for TV news programmes and radio programmes, and they ask, is this allowed? Could I ask the inspector? Now, it's something that perhaps my own friend and I might want to reflect over, and you want to reflect over, but I'm just merely passing on the request.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the law around these things, but I would have thought you'd have to get the agreement of anybody they want to show. But I don't know the answer to that.
Well, perhaps my own friend Mr. Easton and I could think about it over the adjournment, and if necessary, come back to you after the break.
Okay, I think that sounds sensible. We'll take a lunch break now, and please hold on so that you know what time we're resuming. Is everybody happy with a sort of roughly 50-minute break? Will that give you all time to do what you need to do? Okay.
So well, I think we might need the full hour, because I'm not sure about...
All right. Let's do that then.
Yeah, can I just sort of touch on
please do.
timetabling? It seems...
It's just really important that I can hear, ladies and gentlemen, and if people are talking, it's going to be a struggle. So please, if you need to go, by all means go. That's fine, but I do need to be able to hear.
So just reviewing progress. We've got plenty of time and we'll finish well within the time allotted. But it seems to me we'll probably hear Councillor Beattie after lunch and her cross-examination, which may then only give us time to have evidence in chief of Mr Wedderburn. Because what I'm anxious to avoid is having any witnesses left hanging overnight.
Well, I'll do my utmost to avoid that.
Okay, so I think that's probably
extremely rare I allow that to happen.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'd be very happy to deal with Mr Wedderburn in chief this afternoon, if time permits. Okay. But I too would be concerned, especially as we're staying in the same hotel.
Okay, we'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 20 past in an hour.
Mic check, 1 2. 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. Two, 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check, 1 2. Microphone check, 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. 1 2. Microphone check, 1 2. Mic 4, mic 5.
I'm okay, so I'm on the mic now, so that should be coming up to you very soon. Is that coming to yours, Rob, or are you not checking?
Yeah, I can hear you. But I can't see it yet. I can see you walking down, so the camera's not been working. Yeah, myself, so it sounds like it's... Yeah, it's getting that. Getting the audio.
On the cliffhanger of whether the BBC were going to do some filming, barristers were going to have a conversation about the implications of that. I was just approached by the lady from the BBC about it, but before we take it any further, what was the upshot of your conversation, gentlemen?
The upshot was this, that I think both Mr. Richards and I were content, so long as you were content, for just video to be taken rather than any audio during the course of the proceedings when they're formally open. And what I know Mr. Richards has done in the past is, rather than sort of formally open, we'd have a camera person who would go around the room, and we would ostensibly, I would get my pen out and pretend to write. Mr. Richards, who's much more technologically savvy than I am, would tap away on his computer, and the camera person would pan around. Because I understand it, the whole purpose is to provide a backdrop to a report about this inquiry. So,
and therefore, our voices would not appear in the report. It would be a reporter giving an account of what the reporter had observed over the top of establishing shots of us at the inquiry rather than a backdrop of the rugby club.
Okay.
And I've done that before,
Yeah,
with the consent of the inspector.
In the dim and distant past, I've encountered that as well, and it was all sort of agreed before the event in that instance. I'd have no concerns about that, and it sounds like a sensible way forward.
Yeah. The proposal, as I understand it now, is not to do it this afternoon, but to do it tomorrow.
Is that? I'm getting a nod from a lady from the BBC. Yeah. Is what you've just heard? I'm sorry, I didn't jot down your name, but. Amara, is what you've just heard, does that fit with your needs? Okay.
So the only question, sir, is whether, from your point of view, you would like it done at 9:30 tomorrow or at 1 o'clock tomorrow? Okay, so it's tomorrow afternoon.
We can do it after the lunch adjournment. Yeah. I can offer no guarantees on when that will be, because it's somewhat dependent on how the evidence sort of breaks down and the witnesses. But I would hope it would be around perhaps a 1:32 o'clock mark. Okay, good. Good. Is there anything else before we hear from your first witness?
No, sir. We've set up Councillor Beattie's laptop, but I deliberately didn't get her to sit in the chair, just in case anybody from the gallery was going to put their hand up and ask.
Well, I'm working on the assumption that they're not. I'm not brilliant at this sort of thing, but I don't see any new faces. But if anybody does want to speak who hasn't already done so, you can be accommodated either now or on subsequent days. Okay, I'm not seeing any waving of arms, so we'll press on. Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon, sir.
So just to introduce you to the inquiry, you're Councillor Francis Beattie, is that correct?
I am.
And you tell us in your proof of evidence that you've been a borough councillor since 2007.
Yes.
And until very recently, you were the council's cabinet member for economic development and planning.
Correct.
Is that right? And in the past, you've been a member of the council's planning committee.
Yes, correct.
Now, could you just update us, please, as to what role you fulfil in the council, first of all, since the elections of last week, or the week before, or whenever it was?
Well, thank you very much. I'm now, instead of being the cabinet member for economic development and planning, I'm now the chairman of scrutiny for economic development and planning. But I should also say that I am the ward member for the site that we are considering.
Yeah, and you've been a member of the planning committee, and I understand that you may be in the future a member of the planning committee if a substitute is required.
Correct.
Okay. So if it's all right with you, I want to approach this examination chief under a number of topic headings, rather than get Councillor Beattie simply to read out chunks of her proof.
Okay, as long as it's faithful to her evidence. Yeah.
Yes. Councillor Beattie, the first matter is, I just want...
Shall I close that door?
Yes, I think probably...
Be helpful, thank you.
Yeah. In your evidence, you've expressed some concern about the pre-application consultation process carried out by Serco. Would you like to just emphasise some particular points for the inspector?
In the paperwork, they do say that there was no pre-app system in place, which is perfectly true. But I think they then go on to say that they had meetings with the council officials and members. Well, I'd just like to correct the fact they didn't have any consultation with any members that I can find. I've asked the cabinet members and planning committee members, and that didn't happen. In terms of what I'd call pre-app, there was no discussion with the local community whatsoever, and there was certainly no discussion with myself as the ward member. It actually came as a complete surprise, quite a shock, when this application came forward.
In Appendix 1 of your evidence, you have produced a letter addressed to local residents with what you've referred to as a consultation leaflet.
Yeah.
Is there anything about that you want to say?
Well, some of they sent a copy of the leaflet to me, and I think they said they went out to 440 something residents. Some of the facts were not correct, in my opinion. They refer to open countryside. In fact, they're referring, I think, to the sites that had been open countryside before the 600-odd houses were built. And so their information, as far as I could see, it was actually out of date at that time. What else? There was a total lack of community consultation in this exercise, in that the leaflet was sent out, and it was a lovely glossy leaflet, but it was extremely difficult. Well, I say it was extremely difficult. It was impossible to get in touch with either Serco or its agents. They had some agents, I think they're PR agents acting for them. I tried so many times to get in touch with either or both, and had no success whatsoever, because my experience as particularly as a ward member, but as a councillor generally, is that when we have either large-scale or what might be controversial applications, I would expect the applicants to approach, particularly myself as the ward member, and the local community, and set up actual face-to-face meetings to discuss the proposals with them before anything else took place. Well, that obviously didn't happen. So the Serco leaflet comes out, gives everybody a big shock. And having had the leaflet, I then expected that they would set up a community consultation. The parish council was asking for it, the residents group was asking for it, I was asking for it. Deathly silence. And to this date, there has been no effective consultation with the community by Serco that I can conceive of.
Now, the inspector has access to the written material that Serco have produced, summarising their community consultation.
Yeah.
As a result of that, of people writing in, did you manage to detect any change in the Serco proposal as a result of that community consultation?
To this day, I can't see that they've made any changes whatsoever to the comments that were made by the community of a range of different types.
All right. And then it moved on to the planning committee, and you, as a local member in planning speak, called it in to the committee.
I did.
Yeah. and the inspector has got access to your call-in letter, which he will be able to refer to. What was the atmosphere at the meeting, planning committee meeting?
Well, it was a very busy meeting in the sense that a lot of the general public turned up, and the general public were largely local residents from the areas around St Mary's, Weston, because of the concerns by parents about the school facilities, because a lot of children go to those schools that we've mentioned from the surrounding villages. So there was a lot of people there. We had prepared for that. We'd prepared the room very carefully. We'd put extra television facilities in for people to see what was happening in the actual meeting room. There was a lot of emotion flying around, I think that's fair to say. But people were perfectly reasonable at the start, and it didn't get out of hand for a while. But as the meeting went on, it did get progressively more fraught, I'd say. Not within the planning committee. The implication in the paperwork is that it was the planning committee itself that was causing the problem. It wasn't. It was the fact there were a lot of very concerned people in the room adjacent.
Yeah, and you've described that there were local residents there. Were there any other groups of people present?
Well, there was a lot of very vociferous comment coming from 2 or 3 particular people, and whether they were or were not members of Patriotic Alternative, we don't know, but there were Patriotic Alternative leaflets left behind after they left. And so there was a real degree of aggro that started to take place, to the extent that our head of law threatened to close the meeting down until the police were called.
Okay. Now, you've described in your evidence how you spoke as the local ward member to the committee.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say that you managed to persuade the committee not to follow their officers' recommendations, but to refuse the application.
Whether I persuaded them or not, they took a very full view of the application and came to the decision that they came to, which did follow at least part of the lines that I put forward.
Yes. And how was the reason for refusal drafted or crafted?
It was drafted by Caroline Trowbridge, who you have heard today, using the guidance, as we always do, of the head of the planning service, and the chairman of the committee took the agreement of the members as to whether the wording was the correct wording that they felt reflected their views.
Okay, and was that was all done on the night, as it were?
And it was all done on the night.
Okay. That's fine.
I should say, going back to the disturbance that took place, I think one of the things that did quell the disturbance was the fact that Stephen Spenwen, who's here today, and was representing the Residents' Association and the Parish Council then, actually went and spoke to the people in the audience, in the background, and said to them, "You're not actually helping the case." So he did a very great deal to keep the peace, because it was quite fraught.
Good. Now, 3 issues raised in the reason for refusal: fear of crime, impact on local services, and social inclusivity. Just deal with fear of crime first. Who do you think, or what groups of people do you think might cause the crime that people are afraid of?
Well, it was strange at the time, because the Serco were talking about putting up fencing to protect or at least it was recommended by the police that they put up fencing to protect the inmates. which they ignored. They didn't follow any of the police recommendations. At the time, we thought the main risk came from the migrants, but actually, subsequently, we obviously realised that there was a risk from certain sectors of the community as well. So the fear of crime is there on both sides, for the immigrants and for the local population.
Yes, and in your evidence, I think at Appendix 4, you produced for the inspector a Express and Star article about some trouble in Cannock Town Centre in February of this year.
Yes. And I got that from the newspaper cuttings. I wasn't there.
No. As an example of trouble not being caused by asylum seekers themselves, but by, as you put it, outside groups.
I should also say that we had a parish council meeting, which was actually chaired by Stephen Spenwen, which was again very emotional, and there was one particular resident who seemed to have close connections with Patriotic Alternative and was suggesting that there were other activities being planned by them, which again is something that's fairly frightening for the local residents to have to contend with.
Okay. And have you read Mr. Wedderburn's evidence to this inquiry and seen the, in his appendices, accounts of trouble elsewhere in the country?
I have.
In particular in Liverpool.
At Knowsley.
At Knowsley.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, again, it's unsettling and it's frightening, and because it's in the press, it's easily available for people to read, and it's giving a very bad impression of the particular risks that might arise from a very large site of this nature.
And then, have you seen it's now 2 letters written by the local Member of Parliament?
Yes, I've seen those.
Which for your notes are documents, I think, J, in the J series, that's where they are. And in the first letter, Ms. Clark, the MP, talks about her knowledge and experience of an asylum seeker centre in her constituency at Penkridge.
Correct.
Do you take what the MP says at face value?
Well, I do. I mean, it wouldn't be in the interests of the MP to say otherwise. I've also seen her asking parliamentary questions, at least one parliamentary question. She's done 2 at least, I think. But I have seen the recording of one of the parliamentary questions, which sort of indicate to me that she would be very foolish to be putting out false information on the floor of the House of Commons.
And when she says that in Penkridge, young girls have been approached and followed, do you believe her?
I have to believe her, yes, because of what I've just said. I wouldn't expect her as MP to be giving out false information either in public or in the House of Commons.
And insofar as residents of asylum seeker accommodation are asked or requested not to gather in groups in the community, based on what the MP has told us, how successful do you think those requests are?
Well, from what she says, not at all. Also, I think it's fair to say that the fairly new accommodation in the middle of Stafford which is in a hotel, just yesterday and the day before there was a group of young men, again not doing anything at all except a large-ish group of young men from that accommodation playing football on the car parks and across the steps of the court building.
Yes, so that's...
And of course they've nowhere else to go. That was the other thing about it.
Yeah, just pause there. You've just talked about the hotel that's in use in the town centre.
Yeah.
That's near the court building, is it?
Bang next door.
Right, okay.
It's got a nice flat surface.
Right. And you were saying you were concerned that they had nowhere else to go.
Well, that's my presumption, is that they have had nowhere to go. Rather, to me, as they would have in this situation in Stafford Court.
Right.
Except on a much larger scale.
Yeah, do you know roughly how many residents there are in the town centre?
77 in the hotel, I think.
So far then as these social issues are concerned, what do you think that the residents of Stafford Court, if it's permitted, will do all day?
Well, I actually can't think what they do. The problem with Stafford Court, and I think somebody mentioned that earlier in their evidence, one of the residents, the fact is that this was part of a university complex, and all it was the accommodation block. The students were not there at all. I mean, even in the evenings, you tend to find that students would be out. There wasn't much in the way of facilities for them to use in the building itself, because all the facilities were on the rest of the campus, which is what you'd expect in a normal university. What we're left with is the university accommodation block on its own, with no facilities around it.
Now, in your evidence, you talk about a different model of accommodating asylum seekers in small pepper-potted packets around the community. Why do you think that that's a better model than up to 481 concentrated in one accommodation block?
Well, if I go back to when I first became a councillor, and I first had any sort of working interest in planning and development in Stafford Borough, at that time, the affordable housing, social housing, was being lumped together, and I think that's been mentioned again today. And we took a deliberate policy in Stafford that all future housing development would involve pepper potting, because it works so well to integrate the community. And what we're doing, if we allow this to go ahead, is going back to an old model where you're segregating out a section of the community from the rest of that community, which is very unhealthy in my opinion.
Yes. So that's one alternative model. A further alternative model that the government appear to be promoting is, have you got, I know that on your laptop you've got the core documents page open, haven't you? Can you find core document J3? So it'll be reasonably far down the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
And click on that and let me know when it appears on your screen. Yeah. And it should say Accommodation Sites Fact Sheet, April 2023.
Yeah.
And this is a document issued by the HO, that stands for Home Office News Team, on the 3rd of April.
Yeah.
And it's called a fact sheet. And it describes the government's recent announcements to move to an alternative model for housing asylum seekers. That's to say, on government-owned, usually Ministry of Defence-owned sites. And if we scroll down to the bottom of the second page, you can see that at the Wethersfield site in Essex and the Scampton site in Lincolnshire, those sites which are Ministry of Defence former barracks, due to accommodate up to 1,700 or even 2,000.
Yeah.
And then at Bexhill, a further site, up to 1,200.
Yeah.
And if we go back to the second page, can you see the bold heading near the top of that page, the new alternative asylum accommodation sites?
Yeah.
You can see that the government is, the government rationale for doing it that way, government-owned former military sites will deliver better value for the taxpayer while managing asylum seekers in a more orderly and effective way without placing an extra burden on housing.
Yeah.
And then skip the next 3 paragraphs. Can you find the paragraph that begins, in all these sites?
Yep.
In all these sites, there will be comprehensive healthcare provisions in place to reduce pressure on local GP and NHS services, catering facilities on site, and with 24/7 security. Local authorities will also receive additional grant funding, and then there's obviously a typo. It says the managed pressures, but it's probably meant to be to manage pressures.
Yeah.
So that's an alternative model. If you can't have your preferred pepper potting model, but have to choose between the Serco proposals before us at this inquiry and the government's new model, which do you prefer?
Well, you obviously go for the latter because it provides all-round facilities for the asylum seekers. And actually, I have to say, at no additional cost to the local authority, because what we don't really understand is what the actual costs of the local authorities are going to be under these proposals. At least I don't understand. Yeah. Maybe I don't have financial expertise.
And if we dip into one of the site-specific fact sheets, so click on J6, which will be the fact sheet about RAF Scampton.
Yeah.
And if you look on the, scroll down until you get to the first bit of proper text, the page headed, "What is RAF Scampton?"
Yeah.
And it tells us, and then it says, who will be accommodated at the asylum accommodation large site at RAF Scampton? Answer, the site will accommodate single adult male asylum seekers, with which we are familiar. And then it says this, why RAF Scampton? And the third bullet point, I'd like your view on, please. The site at RAF Scampton will provide accommodation for asylum seekers and is designed to be as self-sufficient as possible, helping to minimise the impact on local communities and services. And then on the next page, the big bold question, what about local people living near RAF Scampton? And the answer is given, the site is designed to minimise the impact on local communities and services. For example, catering facilities and basic primary care will be available on site. So what's your reaction to why the government wants to have self-contained large sites?
I think my interpretation of that would be that the government has got to accommodate large numbers of migrants, as we know, of asylum seekers, and you may say that the pepper potting arrangement simply doesn't provide enough accommodation for the whole of the incoming 45,000 a year. So therefore, you need bigger sites to accommodate larger numbers. Well, it makes absolute sense that the RAF Scampton model is the model that you go for, because it is providing a complete service for the asylum seekers while they await consideration of their applications.
And does it read as though within the asylum centre itself there will be other facilities and activities for asylum seekers to do?
There will be, as far as I can see it, there's going to be a range of activities. They've got their meals organised. And also you've got the kind of facilities that you need for, if you like, for young men, for playing fields and active occupations, not just standing around on the streets. That worries me that we will get in this particular site.
Yeah, okay. And if we go back to the J3 document, the first document,
yeah.
And it's the 4th page of text. About halfway down, there's a bold heading, what engagement will take place with the local communities?
Yeah.
Just tell me when you've got to that.
Got that.
So that's the question, what engagements will take place with the local communities? It says we're engaging with the community and stakeholders, including the police and NHS, to ensure we take on board their views as plans develop. The Home Office has and will continue to engage with the local MPs and councils of the sites to understand the local community and the effect the sites will have on the area. We'll work to minimise the impact on residents, including 24/7 security, to reduce the need for police patrols, on-site catering, healthcare and transport provision for those housed on site. Well, what's your view, please, as to how that compares with the engagement leading to the planning application in this case?
Well, it doesn't compare in any shape or form, because the consultation so far, and this is particularly worrying, consultation with the community, I've no idea what the consultation with stakeholders has been, because I've not been involved, but the engagement with the community has been non-existent. And as far as I can see, it continues to be non-existent. I mean, they put this giant fence up overnight, and I was told, I don't know if this is true, I was told they put it up during the evening, sort of night time, and it was the first that the community had any idea. Well, some of these houses are literally behind that vast great fence, and there's no explanation until some of the members of the community went to see the security firm that's on site there and said, what on earth's going on? And they said, well, we're trying to keep the vandals out, was what they said. Well, there's been no more vandals recently than there would have been 2 years ago, in my opinion. So this fence has gone up, as far as I can see, in prelude to getting the planning permission, or regardless of planning permission, because the fence actually needs planning, and so it's been put up without permission.
Okay. And my last question, Councillor Beattie, is this. You've read in the Serco evidence where a comparison is being made between the impact on local services as there might be with asylum seeker accommodation and what there would have been when it was formerly occupied by students. What's your view, please, about the appropriateness of that comparison?
Well, I think I actually said in my statement, I think that's absolutely daft. The first thing is that the needs of students who've got somewhere else to go, a lot of them probably got their doctor at home still where they're registered. So all those factors are different. Students don't have the possible needs that some of these asylum seekers will have in terms of mental health issues and other health issues. So all in all, it didn't make any sense. But then on top of that, the argument has been put that it's just swapping students for asylum seekers and the numbers are the same and therefore it's no problem for the doctors. What that forgets is that we've had 620 new houses built bang next door to this place since the students left. So this situation is so completely different from what it was then.
Yes. Councillor Beattie, thank you very much. That's all I've got for you, but I'm quite sure that my learned friend will have some questions for you. So would you just wait there?
I will. He's got me staring into the light.
Are you okay? Do you want to?
No, I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Fine. Yes.
So
if I'm squinting, you'll know why.
No, that's fine. If at any point you want, I don't know if there are any blinds, you want to move. No, yeah, it's not an endurance test, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, I'm glad.
Okay. And similarly, if you get to a point where you'd like a break,
yep,
or take a glass of water, again, it's not an endurance exercise, please do let me know. Thank you very much. You provided us helpfully with an update as to the political complexion of Stafford Borough Council. Now, just so I understand the position correctly, you're still a councillor.
Yep.
You're no longer a member of the planning committee, is that right?
No, I'm a substitute because the actual named members of the planning committee have been chosen, and I act as a substitute, which means I actually will attend almost all planning committees because there's always somebody who needs a substitute.
Yeah, and I think at the time the scheme we're concerned about today was considered by the planning committee. You were a member of the planning committee, but you weren't able to vote because you were the ward councillor.
Correct, and
yes.
I took no part in the proceedings.
Yeah, albeit you made representations in your role as ward councillor, didn't you, at that committee meeting?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. And so far as the political complexion of the Borough Council is concerned, I think it was previously, before May, a Conservative majority, is that right?
It was.
Yes. And now there's no overall majority, but is there a coalition that we don't call a coalition? I don't know.
Perhaps it's a confederation.
Confederation, loose affiliation of Labour, Independents and Greens. Is that
correct?
Is that fair? Okay.
And a Lib Dem.
And one Lib Dem.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. And I think I'm right in saying, aren't I, that the newly constituted council, with its loose affiliation of different political interests, hasn't reconsidered its position in relation to the appeal?
No.
No. Thank you.
Could I just add, though, that the planning committee is made up of members from all political strands?
Yeah, okay. But it would have probably more reflected, wouldn't it, at the time this application was determined? I imagine it would have more reflected the political complexion of the council overall.
I think it would have been a slight majority for the Conservatives, but it's almost the same kind of complexion, but in a different proportion.
All right, fine. Next, a couple of questions, please, about the proposals before the inspector, just so that we're both on the same page. I know that you understand what you were considering as ward member, but would you take up, please, Lisa Dyche's proof, which I'm sure has a core document reference number, but I've got a hard copy of it. It's E3. E3.
Yeah.
And if you would scroll through, please, till you get to section 5, which is on page 5 of the hard copy. And I'm hoping there's going to be agreement between the PDF page numbers. But if there isn't, you can go by reference to the bottom right-hand corner of each page. So page 5.
I think it's PDF 5 as well.
Okay, good. And there should be a heading at section 5 that says the mix of asylum seekers to be accommodated at the appeals side.
Hold on, I haven't got it yet.
Okay.
Yes, got it now.
You've got it. Okay. So 5.1 says the layout of Stafford Court, which consists of 12 separate blocks, allows for a mix of asylum seekers who are at different stages in their claim. Proposes to reduce the capacity of the building from 556 to 482 bed spaces, which will consist of 160 bed spaces for interim accommodation and 322 bed spaces for dispersed accommodation.
Yeah.
And then the appeals site will accommodate a mix of single people and families in a number of blocks within the part of Stafford Court identified to be used for interim accommodation, and a mix of singles, in other words, single women and single men, only within the dispersed accommodation part of the appeal side. Okay. So presumably that you understand that that's the proposal, there's the split, and there's going to be a mix of single women, single men, and families across the entire site.
Just can I come back to you on that? What I don't know is whether the IA mix of single people and families, what that proportion will be. I don't suppose that anybody does, but on the balance of probability, there'll still be more single males and females than there will be families because of the ratios.
Okay. By its nature, interim accommodation is meant to be relatively short-term, isn't it? Yes.
I understand.
And as a consequence of that, there's inevitably going to be a bit of ebb and flow in the number of single men, number of single women, number of families.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But I think you probably understand, don't you, that it certainly isn't the intention, nor is it the model that Serco wish to operate, that there are going to be 482 single men within Stafford Court at all times. You understand that, I'm sure?
I understand that.
Yeah.
Can I also just add that at the time, the leaflet stated singles, but the implication again was that it would be single males, and there was the concerns of the local community, which I was listening to, were that they would be a large proportion of not necessarily all single males, but a very large proportion of single males once you took out the families on the initial accommodation section. So I'm looking back at when I started putting my thoughts together for the planning application.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it would provide a degree of reassurance to you, I would imagine, to know that there is no intention that all 482 bed spaces are going to be occupied by single men, but that there'll be a mix of single women, single men, and families.
Yeah.
That presumably provides a bit of reassurance, because it seems to me that the principal concern that's been expressed in your proof of evidence, and indeed by a number of people who've said things here today, the principal concern relates to single men as opposed to single women or families. Is that a fair reflection of your concern?
That's a very fair reflection of a lot of the community views.
Yes.
It still doesn't answer the question of if it's single women, what are they going to do any more than what are the single men going to do? So we still have the problem as to what is going to happen to these people day on day when they're in this accommodation. The families, has been pointed out, there is a playground, so families with small children at least got a playground to go to, then you think, with no money, what on earth are they going to do?
Yeah. One of the things that you identify in your, and it emerges from the reason for refusal, is fear of crime.
Yeah.
Do you make a particular point about the fear of crime as a consequence of unoccupied single females having little to do?
Well,
do you see that as a legitimate and a reasonable fear?
No, it's the single males.
Okay. Thank you.
And also the threat to the families, so the threat to the single females in the accommodation is more of a threat than the threat from the single females. You know, they are at risk if there are gangs outside or they're under threatening behaviour from local males.
Okay. Now, I'll ask you a few questions about the need for asylum seeker accommodation. And this isn't, as I said in opening, seeking to make a political point, but let's see if we can agree the following propositions. First, there is an urgent national need for asylum seeker accommodation, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Yes. And as we know from the Statement of Common Ground, that need is rising.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. And we know, don't we, that the government has designated the whole of England, so all local authorities in England are part of a national dispersal area.
Yeah, I understand that.
And it follows from that, doesn't it, that under the immigration legislation, every authority must take their fair share of asylum seekers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we, just to put some figures on this, again, I want to go to Mr. Jackson's rebuttal proof of evidence, which has a core document reference of E8.
Yeah.
And then if we go to printed page 5, paragraph 2.7.
Yeah.
And there should there be a heading that says existing provision of IA and DA in Stafford Borough.
Yeah.
Okay. Home Office announced on the 13th of April last year that all local authorities will be expected to be asylum dispersal areas. That's a point we've just agreed. The announcement confirmed that local authorities will not be expected to accommodate asylum seekers beyond 0.5% of their total population. ONS data estimated the population of the administrative area of Stafford Borough in 2021 to be 136,800. Applying this number, Stafford Borough will not be expected to accommodate more than 684 asylum seekers in dispersed accommodation, DA. IA provision does not count towards the cluster limit. So 2 questions emerge from that. First, you don't disagree with the assessment that 0.5% of the estimated population of Stafford Borough leads to a figure of 684 or thereabouts?
Not being a statistician, I couldn't possibly comment on that.
And it's also, the second point is that as we sit here today, even if we were to take into account the 322 bed spaces that were going to be used for dispersed accommodation, Stafford Borough would not exceed that 0.5% limit, would it?
No, I presume not.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It is a pretty daft sort of way of divvying up who should take what. What Stafford Borough is a very rural local authority area with just 2 real centres of population, one being Stafford and one being Stone. Well, if you're going to put the bulk of your population into a very concentrated accommodation like this, it's bound to go into Stafford itself, which does not have this population of 136,000 or whatever it is. It's a far smaller population. So I understand the statistics, but I don't understand the common sense.
Yeah, so that is more a criticism of the Home Office
Correct.
policy, isn't it?
Correct.
Because the Home Office policy looks at population of each individual authority area,
I understand.
I suppose whether or not they are predominantly rural, predominantly urban. Yeah.
So we're being asked to take the same sort of proportion of the population as Wolverhampton, Derby, Birmingham, Stoke-on-Trent and so on, as I remember reading in the papers that I've read.
Yeah. So, using Wolverhampton as an example, Wolverhampton is a metropolitan authority, isn't it? It's inevitably going to have a significantly larger population than Stafford overall, isn't it? And so in terms of the absolute numbers of asylum seekers in dispersed accommodation, it must follow that if Wolverhampton is going to be accommodating up to the 0.5% cap, they're going to be accommodating significantly more in absolute terms than the 684 that Stafford would be expected to accommodate. Yes.
I take also Carolyn Trowbridge's argument on that basis. London should be taking 45,000. So it's an illogical construct.
Again, we don't have before us, though, do we, the number of dispersed accommodation asylum seekers currently housed in London to know whether or not it's anywhere near the 45,000 figure.
Okay.
No. Okay, so can we agree, please, that as a consequence of the points we've just agreed, that it is in the public interest that more asylum seekers should be accommodated in Stafford Borough?
In the Home Office's opinion.
Well, and in light of the urgent national need for asylum seeker accommodation, which is increasing.
If the accommodation is in the right place, then yes, that I agree.
Fine. So I think your position is as follows. You don't object as a matter of principle to the provision of 482 asylum seeker bed spaces in Stafford Borough. It's how they are provided that has led to your concerns. Is that a fair summary of your position?
And where they're provided.
Yes. Okay. Is that right? Is that a fair summation?
Well, it's based on the government's figures, we have no choice but to bow down to what the Home Office is telling us we have to do. I wouldn't agree that that's what we should do. I'm saying that that is what we're required to do. Right. And I do understand, personally speaking, I understand perfectly well the need to accommodate asylum seekers because they need to be looked after and cared for while they're in our custody.
Okay. And in evidence in chief, you went through what my learned friend described as 3 different models in order to meet that need identified by the Home Office. Yeah. One was the pepper-potted approach, which, as I understand it, there will be a series of individual but small clusters of interim accommodation and dispersed accommodation. Was that what you had in mind?
I think so.
Yes. Spread throughout the community in the same way that you would have with affordable housing, which has been local and national policy for quite some time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you can see, couldn't you, logistically, how that would be a difficult exercise to achieve, and similarly, financially, it's inevitably going to be more expensive, isn't it, to provide the level of supervision and support that asylum seekers would need if their accommodations pepper-potted throughout the community.
Yes, and if, as we heard in the witness statement today, they're being paid, the landlords are being paid exorbitant amounts of money by Serco or the government to accommodate people.
Yeah, with respect, that you're repeating what somebody said earlier on. I suppose the difficulty with testing that proposition is that, as I understand it, we haven't received, I certainly haven't seen the email that the gentleman referred to this morning. Okay. All right, and the other model that was identified was explained in the accommodation sites fact sheet from April 2023, which Mr. Richards did take you through, which I think is core document J3. It's the one where there's yes. So have you got that in front of you? Because I do have a.
No, I got it.
Yeah. Okay. So we can, if we get to the first sort of emboldened heading, which is a question that says, why is the current asylum accommodation model not working?
Yeah.
We've got that. And then there's reference in the second paragraph, there are more than 45,000 migrants made the dangerous crossing. Since 2018, nearly 85,000 have illegally entered. And then the United Kingdom has a legal obligation to provide asylum seekers who would otherwise be destitute with accommodation and other support whilst their claim for asylum is being considered.
Yeah.
With the record numbers of asylum seekers arriving on our shores, the government has had no choice but to open contingency hotel accommodation to meet that obligation.
Yeah.
Your view on this question, please. It's inevitably more suitable and appropriate, isn't it, to accommodate asylum seekers, particularly in interim accommodation, within more permanent, purpose-built facilities such as the Stafford Court than it is to house them in hotel accommodation, most of which is not set up to provide that level of longer-term support and distraction from other things.
Well, my view of that was actually they're pretty much the same, because what you're providing is somewhere for people to sleep, whether it's in the hotel or it's in the place like Stafford Court. You're not providing them with anything else in either respect. The initial accommodation people will have access to internal health reference. I think they get a medical when they arrive and so on. The local authority, the NHS is supposed to provide, or whatever's not CCG anymore, is supposed to provide for the needs of dispersed accommodation. Well, that would apply with then the hotel, or whether they're in the accommodation at Stafford Court. So I don't actually see a lot of difference. There's no facilities for activity and physical activity for young people who are in this building, because it's never been designed for that any more than a hotel has been. I mean, the hotels we're thinking of are almost some of them like guest houses, but I understand there are hotels that have got facilities that have been hired with gyms and all sorts of facilities for them. And I only know that because I'm told, so I can't produce evidence of that. But, there are hotels and hotels, frankly, so I don't think your argument really holds water in that respect.
All right. Do you think that at Stafford Court cooking facilities will be provided?
Well, each complex has got a little place to do their own cooking, yes.
Well, each cluster
is what
will have a kitchen in the same way that the student accommodation had a kitchen.
Correct.
And that's a big difference, isn't it, from a hotel? No.
So that's the difference.
Yeah. Okay. And similarly, there is a relatively large internal courtyard, isn't there, at Stafford Court, which you wouldn't ordinarily expect with a hotel, appreciating, of course, there are hotels and there are hotels, as you explained. But there is that open space within the courtyard,
there is an open space, but it's not very large, no.
Okay. And then, so can we go back then, please, to the blog, where having talked about having no choice to open contingency hotel accommodation to meet that obligation, it goes on to say, the unprecedented number of crossings has led to about 51,000 migrants being accommodated in hotels, costing the taxpayers £6 million every day.
Yeah.
And then the next subheading says, the new alternative asylum accommodation sites. The Minister set out an update in Parliament on the ongoing work being done across government to secure alternative, more appropriate, cost-effective accommodation options around the country.
Yeah.
Pausing there for a moment, one of the factors that has led the government to identifying large-scale sites such as Catterick and Wethersfield and Scampton was to provide accommodation in a more cost-effective way, thereby reducing the burden on the taxpayer that's emerged as a consequence of hotel accommodation. That's one of the factors, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay.
But that's a factor that relates to the Home Office, not to the planning.
No, I understand, but just trying to... You were taken through this to identify an alternative model. I'm just trying to understand the genesis of the alternative model.
Okay.
Alternative rather suggests that the government's view is that hotel accommodation is not an appropriate or cost-effective way of addressing their legal obligations to provide sustenance to asylum seekers.
Well, I couldn't comment on that.
Right.
They say it costs £6 million every day. I've no idea what anything else costs, so
Yeah.
I can't possibly comment on any.
And then it goes on to say more appropriate. Now let's just think about the more appropriate point. Can we then go scroll down to the heading you were taken to, what engagement will take place with local communities?
Yeah.
I'll come back to the first paragraph of that section in a moment, but I want you to look at the third one, bearing in mind that it was put to you and you agreed that if you had to have an alternative between the appeal scheme the inspector's considering and the sort of arrangements that the government is envisaging on these MOD sites, you prefer the MOD site model.
Yeah.
So look at the third paragraph. It says, we will work to minimise the impact on residents, including 24/7 security, to reduce the need for police patrols. Now, stopping there for a moment, that is what is going to be provided at the appeal site if planning permission is granted, isn't it?
Yes, I presume so.
Yeah.
It's quite alarming to think that you need police patrols at all, but we accept that is what will happen.
Okay. On-site catering, again, that's going to be provided. Got catering facilities on-site.
I think I read that they weren't going to provide on-site catering, but...
No, we will work to
obviously
minimise the impact on residents, including 24/7 security to reduce the need for police patrols,
and
on-site
providing
catering.
Yeah.
Okay. Healthcare.
Yeah.
Pausing there for a moment. There will be a medical room providing healthcare towards the interim accommodation residents, weren't there, on the appeal site?
Yeah.
And then transport provision for those housed on site. So now, to the extent that they need to have transport to appointments or to medical or otherwise, that is something that will be provided on the appeal site, isn't it?
Yeah, there's somewhere it says that they're going to provide transport for all asylum seekers on this site, but it seems to be modified significantly to on-site or provision of access to transport to medical appointments only.
Right. So to the extent that...
See, that's where I find it difficult, because it's not consistent with what Serco is saying. One hand they say we're going to do this, and then you suddenly find that no, they're not going to do that. And that was one I picked up on, where there's supposed to be mini bus transport or something. It implies as needed, but now we're being told it's just for special medical appointments. Is it at what time of day and night is it? There's so little information.
So to the extent that security, on-site catering, healthcare and transport provision is held up by the Home Office as a good thing and is part of a model that you say you prefer, there is no real difference, is there, between what's going to be provided on the appeal site and what is going to be provided at these larger sites the government are going to provide temporarily, is there?
I've no idea. All I know is that we are being told what is the ideal, what the government says we should be providing. But I'm not convinced by what I've seen in Serco so far that it's actually going to happen.
Right.
Because the record in respect of the paperwork is not great.
All right. We don't accept that, but on the assumption that that you're not convinced that certain things that you would like to see happen leaves you with a degree of doubt about whether they will. It's perfectly possible, isn't it, for a number of planning conditions to be imposed, for example, to ensure that an operational management plan is submitted to the local planning authority for its approval and subsequent monitoring.
I absolutely
would be one
agree
example.
with that.
Yes.
Just going back to this on-site catering, I mean, you can't say that little clusters of little ovens and what have you is actually the concept of on-site catering for people who've got £45 a week to do all their shopping. I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about.
Have you... sorry, have you finished?
Yeah, I've finished.
Have you been inside the building?
I have.
Yeah, and you've seen how big the kitchens are?
And yes, and I knew it when it was a university building as well.
Right, okay. All right, I've got a few questions next, please, about the planning application itself, because you raise a particular point about consultation.
Yeah.
Now, would you take up your appendices, please? And your Appendix 1 is the Serco consultation letter and leaflet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the text explains what is proposed, and that there is going to be a 10-day period of local engagement running up to the 7th of March 2022. And then at the bottom, see the 3 lines up from the bottom, it says, we've enclosed an information booklet, which I think you've reproduced on the subsequent pages in your appendix, haven't you? Yeah. We've enclosed an information booklet outlining our proposals and explaining how to view them online and provide feedback via our consultation website, and then there's a website address given there, isn't it? Did you personally try and access the consultation online portal?
Yes, you could get to the portal. That wasn't a problem.
Right, and there was the opportunity through the portal to consider again the information that Serco had provided, but also to provide some specific feedback as to your individual views about the proposals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And that was the sole degree of consultation. And I wouldn't call that consultation at all, particularly as they didn't take a blind bit of notice of anything that was said.
But that was consultation independent of the statutory consultation that needs to take place with every single planning application, wasn't it? Yeah? And there is no statutory obligation, is there, to carry out that sort of pre-application consultation exercise with the portal that Serco provided, is there?
No.
No.
But I've never known a controversial application or a large-scale application where proper personal consultation hasn't taken place, face-to-face consultation, discussion with the parish councils and with local residents. I mean, it was just, it wasn't what I would call consultation. It was a paper exercise.
All right. Now, two points emerge from that. Are you suggesting that if the consultation had been more proactive and thorough, that it's likely that the views of members in particular, and indeed you, might have been different?
I think what would have happened was that I would have had a chance to have a discussion. I would have hoped that Serco would listen to some of the points that were being made. It would have been an opportunity to involve the community in what could be done if the planning application was approved, and it would not have been the kind of top-down, you're going to have this whether you like it or not, and we might have a community involvement when we've got the permission. It was the whole climate of it was just so austere and unhelpful and unfriendly to the residents.
Okay, so I mean, are you saying to the inspector then that had consultation been carried out in a different and more engaged fashion, that you as the ward councillor might have turned your view from opposition to support?
Well, I think it would have depended what the response of Serco would have been. I mean, if Serco had said, well, actually, we will reduce the number of single people going into the accommodation, increase the number of families, I think there would have been a very different reaction from the local residents and the parish council. That wasn't going to happen because the proportion of single males, particularly coming into the country, was so high. So we all knew that, whatever the situation. So I can't predict what I would have said, but I'm pragmatic and I would have tried to find a solution.
Yeah. So are you saying that one solution might have been a requirement that only families and single women could live on the site?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there would have been a discussion as to whether you could have a better proportion between single males, single females and families.
Okay. And to the extent that you describe the consultation exercise as insufficient, that is not an objection or reason for rejecting the proposal that then fed through into the reason for refusal itself, is it?
I'm not a planner, so I don't know if that's...
Well, no. You've seen the reason for refusal, I am sure.
And it wasn't included as a reason for refusal.
Yeah, we'll take it from me
so
that...
I'll accept that.
Okay, fine. I don't want to put you at a disadvantage, and we can go and look at the decision notice if you like.
No, I know exactly what the decision notice said.
Good. All right, thank you. And I'm pretty sure, aren't I, that not in the officer's report, which recommended approval, your professional officer's report that recommended approval, there was no point taken about the adequacy of the consultation exercise.
No, presumably because the local authority was consulted, so it wouldn't apply to them. I wasn't part of that, you see, because I stood at arm's length being the ward member, so I had no part to play. I had no discussion with the Borough Council about this application whatsoever in order to keep the integrity of the whole process.
All right, and then we can note a couple of other things about the process. We know that both the police and the NHS were consulted as part of the planning application process because they produced consultation responses. There was no objection from the police, was there?
None whatsoever,
No.
apart from comments about security fencing, which were ignored by Serco.
Yeah, and in terms of their ability to predict whether there would likely be a problem, a public safety or crime problem arising out of granting planning permission, one would imagine that the police would be in the best position to know the likely effect on crime levels, wouldn't one?
I presume so, yes.
Yeah,
I couldn't
okay.
possibly comment on that, except in the context that the data wasn't made available, so we don't know what they thought.
And then, can we take up, please, the officer's report, which is called document A22?
A22.
A22 is the core document, so it's the officer's report.
Yeah.
And it's internal page 10.
Yeah.
And can you see there we have the consultation response from the police?
What page is that on?
So internal page 10, I'm going to make sure...
It's PDF page 10 as well.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. And towards the end, can we see where it says, with regards to community tension?
Yeah.
With regards to community tension, there's no perceived risk to the children or the residents of Stafford. The police and the staff will be able to resolve any concerns if they arise. There is an assumption that there will be an increase in crime with the arrival of the asylum centre. There's no evidence to suggest this. This is due to the fear of the unknown. The position of the police is fairly unequivocal, isn't it? And it's that there is no reasonable or objective basis on which to reject this proposal for reasons to do with the fear of crime. That's the police's position. I know you take a different position, but that is the police's position.
That was the police position,
Yeah.
yes.
We can also note, can't we, that there was no objection from the local education authority, which is Staffordshire County,
Yeah.
despite the proximity to a number of schools of the appeal site. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it was interesting that the head teachers who were written to said that they couldn't possibly comment because they were under the restrictions of the local education authority.
Yeah, but had the local education authority had legitimate concerns about the safety of the pupils attending their schools as a consequence of an asylum seeker facility relatively close by, one would have expected them to have expressed those concerns in their statutory consultation response, wouldn't one?
Well, I wouldn't want to comment on that, but given that the local heads refused to put any further comment in, but I hear what you say.
Yeah. Beyond the local heads not putting any further comment in, we don't know, do we, whether any of the local heads, if they'd been allowed to form their own view and express it, we don't know how many, if any of them, would have expressed an objection to the scheme, do we?
Absolutely. All we know is the concerns that the parents had, which would have been no more nor less weighty than those of the heads of the schools.
All right. Can we then go on to... Is it IBG now, instead of Clinical Commissioning Group? The Clinical Commissioning Group is called something else now, beginning
It's
with
got a new name and I've completely
it begins with an I. I know that.
Integrated Care something. IC something.
ICB, excellent, thank you very much. So the ICB's consultation responses appear at PDF page 10 of the officer's report, which I think is the page we're on already.
Yeah.
And I'm right in saying that to the extent that any concerns were expressed by the health authority, it was that they were seeking further details of the medical room, which would provide medical care for the interim accommodation residents. Yes. Yeah, okay. And to the extent that the inspector thinks it is necessary as a planning condition for Serco to provide details of that medical room and the way it's going to be laid out and the specification, that's a matter that could be dealt with by way of a condition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can also note that so far as the health authority is concerned, insofar as there was any issue about the additional burden that people in dispersed accommodation would impose on the local healthcare system, they didn't ask for a financial contribution to offset any impact, did they?
No.
No. And so it's right, isn't it, that not a single person or body with expertise relating to planning, education, healthcare or community safety objected to the planning application?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Which was a great surprise.
It's also a matter of agreement, isn't it, that there is no conflict with any local planning policy that Stafford put forward. Thank you. Can we then go to your proof of evidence, please? And I want to go to page 3. Paragraph 6. And at paragraph 6, you set out the reasons why you called in the application to planning committee, as is your right as ward councillor.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that we can come on to: scale, location and pressure on public services, because they're points that all are maintained by the council. But I just want to check off the others. You talk about permanent loss of the training support facilities because of change of use at a time when learning and training provision is growing exponentially in Stafford. That is not an objection that then fed through into the reason for refusal, is it?
No.
No. And there is no evidence, is there, that other than Serco taking a lease and providing the asylum seeker accommodation if planning permission is granted, that Stafford Court would be used in connection with learning and training?
No.
No. And then
But I would have put it forward in the forthcoming local plan So you have to remember that we're in the process, a fairly advanced process of producing the local plan, and this was one of the considerations that would have come through the local plan process.
Yeah. Well, the local plan is not yet adopted. It's still in draft, however advanced it may be.
Exactly.
Can you help us with this, please? Is it proposed in the local plan that Stafford Court is designated as a learning and training area or building?
I don't think it's been designated as anything as yet.
Okay, thank you. And then the next point you make is the permission is applied for until 2029. Having changed the use of the site, what are the plans thereafter? This aspect would need strict conditions applied. Now, have you seen or been shown the conditions that are, some of which are agreed between the council and the appellant?
Probably, but I can't remember.
Okay, well, one of the conditions expressly requires the use of the buildings as an asylum seeker facility to cease in 2029.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That doesn't preclude a renewed application.
No.
I did see that, and
yes.
I understand what you mean now, but I mean, that is as good as the paper that it's written on.
Well,
because up to 2029, the site would continue as an asylum centre.
Mm-hmm.
After that, a new planning application goes in.
Yeah. Now, at that point in time, it would be up to the local authority to determine whatever planning application came in, whether it's for permanent asylum seeker accommodation or whether it's for a further temporary period.
Correct.
And if the fears that you've identified had crystallised during the period of time, which frankly is probably going to be a period of about 5 years, because it's not, we need to finish this inquiry, the inspector needs to make his decision.
Yep.
If it's favourable, the various conditions imposed need to be discharged, the works need to be done internally, and then the asylum seekers move in. So if during the roughly 5-year period that Stafford Court is being used for asylum seeker accommodation, the fears that you and the local community have identified emerge, then there will be strong grounds, won't there, to refuse any further application, whether for a permanent or temporary use.
Yes, I absolutely agree that, I don't know where the 5 years comes from, but the 9 years, that would be a break. But hopefully, if anything were to go disastrously wrong, something would have to be done before that anyway.
Yeah, well, it can't be 9 years because we're in 2023 now. And so I'm suggesting that even with a very fair wind and we get planning permission, all the conditions discharged, it's unlikely that this year would be when the facility opens, and then you have the period up to 2029.
Yeah, I understand you.
That's where I get the 5 years from. Thank you. Okay.
Also, that didn't become part of the planning permission anyway, did it? The point you're making about the 5 years, 9 years, it wasn't accepted in these were the points I put in, but they weren't the points that went through the planning committee.
No, but again, you're no doubt sufficiently experienced in the planning process to know that what the inspector is determining is the scheme before him based on the evidence that he's going to hear and has heard at this inquiry,
right, okay.
Including a condition which is agreed between the parties that says the use as an asylum seeker will cease in 2029.
Okay.
Okay. If that didn't go through the planning committee process, again, would you have formed a different view if what was put before the planning committee was a temporary permission to 2029?
No. No. Because it's the wrong place. It's the wrong application in the wrong place, basically.
Okay, so I'm going to probably ask Mr. Wedderburn more questions about fear of crime, public health service impact and social inclusivity than I'm...
He'll be more professional than I will.
Pardon?
He'll be more professional than I will.
I
Because
couldn't...
he's an expert,
yeah,
I'm not.
Understood. First point in relation to fear of crime, and I'm not going to ask you how one approaches that as a legal position, and I'm not asking you how to approach that as a matter of policy. I'm just testing the evidence that you put forward. Now, it's right, isn't it, that the council has not produced any evidence that crime rates in the local area increase as a consequence of asylum seekers moving into the area, whether those crimes are caused by asylum seekers themselves or to them. You haven't produced any statistical evidence to demonstrate that that's true.
The Borough Council hasn't, and the police database wasn't available.
Okay.
So otherwise I can't comment on that.
No, I think the police state, you're talking about the freedom of information request, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if the police had provided all of the information that was asked for in the FOI request, unless a supplementary question was asked along these lines, of those foreign nationals that you have arrested for crimes in the area over the last year, what proportion were asylum seekers? We couldn't draw any conclusions, could we?
No, I understood the point you were making to the person earlier.
Okay. Fear of crime is dealt with at page 4 in your proof of evidence. I'd like to go to paragraph 9 of your proof, please, at page 4. And you talk about it's likely the parks near the application site may attract groups of asylum seekers, maybe doing nothing wrong, but as they'll have very little to do, will congregate in public spaces. And then I think you say elsewhere that you talk about the proximity of the appeal site to local schools. With that in mind, would you take up, please, the location plan, which is core document A5?
Yeah.
We can see that the red line starts at the access point, which is where the internal access road joins the A518.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the largest part of the red line, which is the area for which planning permission will be granted, is the building itself, and we can see the label Stafford Court and the amount of internal green space, which is just over an acre. Now, can you find with me the internal access? There's an internal access road. So let's say we're driving to the site.
Yeah.
We're going along the A518, and we turn into the site. We follow the internal access road, don't we?
Yeah.
And then it sort of opens out into a parking area, and then there's an access road which runs between the front of Stafford Court and what we can see is the large rectangular area which are the five-a-side pitches to the north.
Yeah.
Yeah? Insofar as children walk or cycle to school, your local knowledge is inevitably better than mine, but they wouldn't be walking along that access road that runs to the south of the playing pitches, would they? They'd be going along the A518. Is that right?
I don't know the site well enough to say that, because I know some of them walk across. You need to ask one of the residents, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Fine. If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know. No.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
My impression is that many of them don't walk along the A518, but where they do walk, I'm not at all sure.
Right. And then back to your proof, please. Paragraph 10.
Yeah.
Police were consulted on the application, and in a response, the designing out crime officer provided detailed comments, including various design solutions and built security measures. Applicant subsequently declined the suggestion of additional built security measures. Long list of over 10 security recommendations, completely ignored by the applicants. in the event the appeal is allowed, these should become conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So, all things being equal, if the inspector considered that the recommendations in the Designing Out Crime Officer's response should be implemented, then that could be secured through the imposition of a condition, thereby removing that particular concern.
Well, it looks like Serco have preempted all that anyway, because they started putting all these security fences up, even though they hadn't had the permission to go ahead with this application.
Yeah, well, I can tell you appreciate that at the moment.
So they must have a fear of crime themselves.
Yeah.
Why are they putting the...
All right, well, we're going to hear evidence from my witnesses probably tomorrow. At present, that what they have is an exclusivity agreement, which means that if planning permission is granted, then the current owners will issue a lease.
I mean, one
So
of your...
hang on, Mr. Councillor, sorry,
sorry.
You will be able to say something, I just haven't finished my question yet.
Oh, sorry.
So insofar as any fences have been erected, my very clear instructions are it's nothing to do with Serco. Right? And if the inspector considered that fences were necessary, that's a matter that he can control for conditions, isn't it?
Was it Serco's... Oh, I can't ask you that.
No.
I assume it was Serco's security firm that put them up.
No, so like I said, Serco currently don't have a formal lease in respect of the property. They have an exclusivity agreement, which is contingent upon planning permission being granted. Okay?
That's helpful to
Right.
know.
Do you think, if planning permission is granted, that security fencing would be necessary?
Well, the security fencing at the back of the site where the residents are just seems absolutely excessive to me.
Right, so the answer to the question, no, you don't think it would be necessary?
I simply don't know. I presume they'll put security fencing around the whole lot.
No, I'm not. Yeah, again, if you're able to...
I'm not an expert on security. I do know that there's a lot of disturbance from far-right groups, but whether Serco considered that was sufficient concern to put up security fencing, they'd have to talk to the local authority about planning.
All right, but you don't have a personal view, given that you're a witness on behalf of the local planning authority, you don't have a personal view on whether security fencing is necessary?
I would imagine that security fencing would be necessary to protect the asylum seekers rather more than the other way around.
All right. Just on that far-right activity, it's Bridgewood House, isn't it, the hotel that's next to the Crown Court?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think, and if there had been, we'd have been told, there are been any far-right demonstrations outside or close to Bridgewood
I'm not aware of any, no.
House? No. All right, in terms of the other measures, in terms of security, I think you've read the Serco evidence, haven't you? I'm sure. Yeah. And so you now know that 24 hours, 7 days a week, CCTV is going to be provided on site. Yeah. That security is going to be provided, I mean, as in terms of people. Yeah. And that the currently open archway, which gives into the courtyard internally, is going to be gated.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Those were all recommendations, I think, from the Designing Out Crime Officer, which have been taken on board and will be implemented by my client.
Yes, I can't understand why they weren't taken on board when the planning application went in.
Okay.
Which shows that, to me, that Serco has changed its view of the situation in relation to fear of crime and crime.
I'm not sure that necessarily follows, Councillor, because you'll see from our written evidence, indeed from my submissions, that Serco take security seriously, but they don't, because of the terms of the contract they have with the Home Office, it's our primary position that the planning system doesn't need to be interested in those sort of things per se, because of the stringent requirements of the Home Office contract. Now, that's a matter we're going to debate when we come to conditions. Now, is it necessary? It's going to be done anyway. It's a question of how it's delivered.
Sure.
Okay. All right. And then paragraph 11 of your proof, where you speak about representatives from far-right groups in attendance at the planning committee meeting. Now, I think you said in evidence in chief that there are a couple of particularly vociferous people who you weren't able to identify as members of a patriotic alternative. So they could have been local residents, they could have been patriotic alternative, they could have been both.
I don't know all the residents on the St Mary's Gate or
No.
other estates, so I don't know who the people were, and I don't know how many of them were.
Yeah.
It was a very threatening atmosphere, and I don't know how many contributed to that.
No. Okay. So insofar as there were representatives from far-right groups in attendance at the meeting, and again, this isn't a criticism, because they wouldn't necessarily be wearing badges showing who they were. You don't know, neither do we, how many there were.
No, that's true.
And to the extent that people got particularly exercised, I think you said that the gentleman from the parish council was very effective at calming the situation down.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, stopping the riot, I wouldn't say calm the situation down, because it was fairly dynamic even after that.
Okay.
But I certainly didn't know how many. So I say there's a group called Patriotic Alternative, and I should probably amend that to say there was certainly representation from Patriotic Alternative.
Okay. Well, somebody left a card.
Somebody, several cards.
Several cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we were told, it came as a big shock to me. I'd never even thought it never crossed my mind that we would have this. But at the subsequent parish council, we were told some more information about Patriotic Alternative. I'd never even heard of them.
No, okay. And so I suppose one of the things that we can note from the committee meeting is that the behaviour of people who may or may not have been affiliated with Patrick Alternative was not something that many local residents were prepared to countenance. Yes?
I couldn't comment on that because it was so heated. You couldn't have told whether they were residents or Patriotic Alternative because there was a general sort of defiance about it was a really unpleasant, frightening atmosphere, basically. Certainly the majority of residents, I'm sure, were law-abiding people, but there was a feeling that it could turn very nasty.
Yeah. And so those local residents, including the gentleman from the parish council, I would imagine would do their level best to ensure that there wasn't the sort of febrile atmosphere in the planning committee that would then be translated to Stafford Court if planning permission were granted. That's something that they would resist, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. You specifically, although Mr. Wedderburn provides more detail about which I shall ask him, of, I'm going to put it neutrally, incidents connected to the housing of asylum seekers in his proof of evidence. You have produced in your appendices, Appendix 4, you produced an extract from a local newspaper, didn't you?
Yeah.
Would you turn to that, please?
Yes, I got that.
You've got that, excellent, thank you. This is from the Express and Star. And it's a piece, isn't it, about a demonstration in Cannock Town Centre.
Yeah.
By people, that's what it says, calling on the government to take a harder line on immigration as well as counter-protesters with welcoming messages for refugees.
Yeah.
just geographically, it's right, isn't it, that Cannock's in a different local authority area from Stafford?
Correct.
Yeah. The demonstration in Cannock Town Centre wasn't outside a hotel or other building that was accommodating asylum seekers.
No.
It seems to me to be based on what the local newspaper reported, it would appear that it was insofar as people were opposed to asylum seekers, it was a general protest about people's feelings about the way in which government was handling the asylum seeker crisis.
I think that they were particularly concerned about the asylum hotel at Hatherton Hall and other local proposals that they were anticipating, including this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's no mention in the article, is there, about specific
all.
protest about this proposal?
No.
And then, can we go to the second page?
Yeah.
Towards the bottom. I don't know if you've got a colour copy.
I've got a paper copy.
You've got a paper copy. Can you see the penultimate paragraph where there's an underlined red expression as appealed for calm?
Yep.
So earlier in the week, Staffordshire Police appealed for calm amid rising tensions and confirmed that one man had been arrested and charged with a vehicle interference offence.
Yep.
That's, as I understand, as I read the article, not in relation to the demonstration that took place in Cannock Town Centre, but rather to an earlier incident.
I don't know I can't answer that.
Well, on its face, it says earlier in the week.
Right, in that
yeah.
case, I agree with you.
Okay. And having read the article, I don't think that whilst what may have been said and what may have appeared on placards could have offended many people, there's no suggestion that the demonstration became violent at any stage, is there? No. Nor that in respect of that particular demonstration, any people were arrested.
No.
No. And insofar as there's a reference to one man being arrested and charged with a vehicle interference offence, we don't know from the article whether that individual was an asylum seeker or somebody else, do we?
No.
Okay, thank you. And you tell us that you have read the appellant's evidence, and you'll know from that so far as Serco are concerned, albeit that they are I think the largest provider of asylum seeker accommodation in the country, they accommodate 40,000 odd asylum seekers across the country. Now, in the context of that number of people, insofar as there have been incidents, either in town centres or in connection with individual facilities, it is relatively small in comparison to that number, isn't it?
Well, I have to take your word for that, yes.
Okay. And the final thing I want to ask you about fear of crime relates to your concern about people not having much to do all day. And to explore this, can we go please to Katie Wood's proof of evidence? So Katie Wood is the Business Support Director for Serco. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. Lisa Bush's. Dyches. Yes, Lisa Dyches, who is the Property Director.
Yep.
And if you would go to page 5, I just wanted to help you with where the 40,000 figure comes from. It's the top of page 5, paragraph 4.8.3.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, could you just move that reference again?
4.8.3 of Lisa Dyche's proof, page 5.
Yep.
Okay. And I was getting ahead of myself there, Councillor. I do want you now to go to Katie Wood's proof of evidence, just to explore for a moment what Serco proposed to do in relation to keeping people active and engaged. Now, within that, again, it's page 5. And we can see paragraph 5.5.
Yeah.
And having said that the appellant's partnership team engage with both statutory and voluntary agencies to map availability of key services, etc. As Wood says, this approach is implemented across the appellant's 3 existing initial accommodation sites and it's over 100 hotel contingency sites, each of which has a varied yet structured network of stakeholders. These include, but are not limited to, health, ensuring residents have access to key health services. Community safety teams allows a two-way dialogue between the appellant, community teams and all residents to provide integration, information, sessions and involvement in community activity. Pause there. So far as involvement in community activity is concerned, given the proximity of the five-a-side football pitches, that would provide, wouldn't it, an opportunity, particularly for the younger men, albeit younger women as well, and children.
No, I don't think they're not available.
Why do you think they're not available?
Please, if you do want to come up and give evidence, you are very, very welcome to. Now is not the time. We've got a witness who's giving evidence. I need to be able to hear that witness. Thank you.
Why do you think they're not available, Councillor?
Because they're heavily used at pretty well all times.
Right, okay. So they're not available because, so far as you're concerned...
I don't know if you have to pay for them as well. I can't see how... I mean, whether Serco's going to pay out for all these facilities, because the gym and so on are all chargeable.
Yeah, now I'm talking about the football pitches.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
But I don't know if they charge for those.
Yeah, they probably do. But I think you make 2 points. First of all, how can the asylum seekers afford it? Second of all, you think they're fully booked all the time.
I'll withdraw the second part because I don't know.
All right, okay, fine.
But they're certainly well used.
All right, and then third point, voluntary sector NGOs involving residents in volunteering activity, providing integration opportunities for local projects and meaningful activity. I mean, are there refugee support groups or charities that operate within Stafford?
Yes, well, I know there are for, say, the Ukrainians and so forth, for the refugees. What there is available for asylum seekers, I have no idea. But I would assume that, to be fair, the community will come to the aid because people are compassionate.
Yes, I'm sure that's right. Okay, next, education, involving residents in both adult and child education, allowing them to learn some English and UK norms, which would be an opportunity to keep them active and help with social inclusivity, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's, yes, you can fit that in because you don't need any space.
No. Next, parish councils and faith groups, both in respect of meeting the residents' faith needs and integrating them into the local area, but also as trusted members of the community. Appellant finds that this often breaks down barriers and dispels myths about asylum seekers. I mean, that's an initiative that you would support if planning permission were granted.
Support it, but the communication record of Serco so far is zilch.
And then local authority and elected member engagement, providing key operational updates, frequently asked questions and building an open and transparent relationship to allow agencies the access to the correct information at the right time. Again, that's an initiative that you would fully support, isn't it?
Yes, certainly would.
Yeah. Okay.
If it happened.
Thank you. Public health services. I mean, the next next three topics I can deal with relatively quickly. Having read the appellant's evidence and noting that there will be a medical room provided on site for the interim accommodation residents, there will be no extra burden on local health services, will there? Because it will be provided independently of them.
That's for initial accommodation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for those in dispersed accommodation, if they need to access primary health care, you're not suggesting that they would be disentitled to access it, are you?
Absolutely not.
No.
What's I would be concerned about, and the residents are certainly concerned about, is the overburdening of the GP services already, And I understand perfectly well that apparently they're still open. But having said that, the waiting times to see a GP are, at that particular, those two practices are very, very long indeed.
Yeah.
And that's without another 330 people.
But it's right to note, isn't it, that in the same way that GP practices will receive funding when a new housing estate opens, so will they receive funding per new patient for the dispersed accommodation residents?
Yes, which, as long as they can find the GPs, practice nurses and health visitors and all the rest of it to actually do the work.
Okay.
When we know there's a national shortage.
Thank you. I'm not going to go back to what the local health authority said in their consultation responses. We've covered that already.
Yeah.
So penultimate topic, please, social inclusivity. We looked initially, I think, at the 0.5% cap that emerges from Home Office policy. If we take the borough's population as 136,800, which is what we found in Mr. Jackson's rebuttal proof at paragraph 2.7,
Yeah.
increase in the population by 482 is a 0.35% increase. Now, if I've done my maths incorrectly, then no doubt that will be corrected. But that's well below the Home Office cap, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And insofar as the Home Office cap is indicative of there being a disproportionate number of asylum seekers in an area, then that is a good test. A figure that's well below 0.5% is a good test as to whether or not there is a disproportionate number coming into the area, isn't it?
Well, I've already commented on that it's a rural area, that Stafford Town is always going to take the majority. So to use the 134,000 rather than the Stafford alone figure is rather unfair, to be honest.
Okay.
And of course, this formula completely ignores the number of refugees that are being accommodated in Stafford already, which are Ukrainians, Afghans, and so on. And not just in Stafford, but everywhere else, of course.
Yeah. Well, it ignores them to the extent.
The implication is that we're not doing our bit. But actually, there's a very strong community supporting refugees across this borough.
Yeah. So you're right to the extent that the cap refers to dispersed accommodation only, so it won't necessarily capture those people who have come here under different schemes. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. And then, in terms of social inclusivity, I just want to get an understanding about your position on behalf of the council, because on the one hand, it appears to be your case that there will be relatively little for people to do. Concerns have been expressed about, in fact, I think it was you that in Evidence in Chief described the people living there as inmates. That's one of the first points you made. So on the one hand, concern is being expressed about effectively institutionalising asylum seekers and keeping them within the same area.
Yep.
But on the other hand, there is a complaint about lack of social integration and inclusivity. You see there's a tension between those two positions, don't you?
And I would say to you that that's a tension between the Home Office policies and the policies of the planning system, because the Home Office is trying to constrain refugees, asylum seekers, I should say, into limited basic accommodation. The planning system requires that you provide the facilities that go with accommodation, right. And that makes a huge difference. What this site doesn't do is to provide that supportive environment that goes with the housing that's being applied for.
Right, so I think what you just said, you think you just agreed with my proposition that you recognise the tension between those two positions.
I do.
But that you ascribe that tension to the Home Office policy.
Well, I don't ascribe it to Home Office policy. I just say that my concern, our concern, is to look at the planning system and what the planning system requires from this kind of accommodation.
Right, okay.
And it may be in conflict with what the Home Office is demanding that local authorities do.
Yeah, all right. Fine. Last point requires you to take up the appendices to Mr. Jackson's rebuttal, and I'm not sure whether they're giving a separate core document reference. His main proof, his rebuttal proof, is E8, and so
E8.
then you need E9. There's a single appendix attached to Mr. Jackson's rebuttal.
Got it.
Yeah. So this is the Home Office release of the 14th of April last year, which, in terms of the overview at the beginning, we've touched on this already, which is the government's announcement, the Home Office announcement last year that all local authorities in England, Scotland and Wales will be expected to be asylum dispersal areas and will receive new government funding. So, can we go, please, to the penultimate page of that, of the unpaginated appendix. And there's halfway down the page, there's a question, what financial support is there for local authorities?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to be clear, this particular funding support applies only to dispersed accommodation residents rather than to interim accommodation. Yeah?
Yeah.
So it says, what financial support is there for local authorities? We've already committed that if a local authority was accommodating asylum seekers on the 27th of March 2022, they'll receive a £250 one-off grant per asylum seeker. This will total £21.3 million. On top of this, all local authorities will receive £3,500 grant funding for each new dispersal bed occupied from the 28th of March 2022 and the 31st of March 2023. This is designed to mitigate the impacts on local services and can be used to provide wraparound support for asylum seekers. This grant of £3,500 is designed to mitigate the impacts on local services and can be used to provide wraparound support for asylum seekers. Sorry, I've just read that same sentence out twice because it appears twice in the document. So, on the assumption that that funding arrangement continued and that it would apply to the dispersed accommodation residents on the appeal scheme, we know that the DA, dispersed accommodation, is going to accommodate up to 322 people.
Yeah.
Yeah? If we times that by £3,500, that comes to a figure of £1.127 million. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so if planning permission is granted, to the extent that the council has concerns about the impact on local services, it would be a matter for the council, having received that money, to decide what to spend it on, whether it's to provide further support for asylum seekers, whether it's to invest in measures to prevent interaction or antisocial behaviour, etc., etc. That would be having that sum of money would go some way, wouldn't it, to mitigating the impacts that you have identified on behalf of the council of the asylum seeker accommodation?
I think my answer to that is there's a lot of ifs and buts in that, and I actually have no idea what they mean by the local authority, because this is a two-tier authority. How much would come to the borough council, I dread to think. And whether it would be enough to do the work that is necessary to support the situation around the accommodation for the asylum seekers, I wouldn't have a clue. I simply don't know. It's just a figure in the air as far as I'm concerned. And unless I was the financial manager of the county council and the local and the borough council, I wouldn't dare to comment on whether that was a good thing or not. What I would say is that for SOCO to offer some kind of arrangement to support the local communities would be a very good thing. But that's a different
Right,
issue.
so look, I understand your position about £3,500. I put the figure to you, but you've just said for Serco to do something to support the local community. What did you have in mind?
Well, if it was to support the local community, I would go straight to the local parish councils and say, is there some way we could help you to deal with the worries and fears that you've got in terms of this new development?
Okay.
I haven't thought it through, but that's the sort of thing that I would be wanting to do. I mean, it's what HS2 has done with our local communities. Now, we have huge criticism of HS2 for 1,000 reasons, but one of the things they do try and do is to provide a community fund to recognise the fears and worries of their local communities.
Right, so did you have in mind specifically a sum of money to be used in connection, or... So it's either sum of money, because that's what you mentioned in respect of HS2, or closer liaison between Serco and the local community. Is that what you also had in mind?
If planning permission were to be granted,
yeah.
Closer communication between the local community and Serco is absolutely imperative.
Yeah.
And if Serco was in a position to work with the local community to provide for their mutual needs, well, then that would be something I would have thought was something to consider.
Yeah. I mean, we can go back to it if we like, but that's one of the reasons.
That's just come straight out of my head. It's not borough council policy or anything.
No, well, I mean,
I just speak as a ward member
yeah.
who is very sympathetic about the situation our local communities find themselves in.
You speak as a member, a ward member, who is also one of the two witnesses for the local planning authority. Although I do accept that what you've just said. That's why I asked you the question. We're not generally supposed to ask questions to which we don't know the answers as barristers, but you made that suggestion, so I just wanted to test how far it goes. But that's helpful. I mean, we don't need to go back to it. But one of the reasons I took you to Katie Wood's proof, and the reference is 5.5.5, this is where she says parish councils and faith groups. Talking about helping asylum seekers integrate into the local area because of the trusted members of the community that form part of parish councils and faith groups. So that is an aspect of the way in which Serco will operate if planning permission is granted.
Well, we would certainly hope so,
yes.
But on the current form, they don't show much signs of it.
Representatives of my client are sitting behind me, and they will have noted very, very carefully what you said.
I'm glad to hear what you say.
Councillor, thank you very much. Those are the only questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Are there any questions in re-examination before we have a break?
Yes, sir, if I may. It won't be very long.
Okay. Are you comfortable to go on, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm all right. Okay. I'm bearing up. As long as they're not very long, it'll be fine.
I shall do my best,
no pressure.
Councillor. And I'm going to go backwards in my notebook rather than forwards.
Okay.
You were asked some questions about the Express and Star article in your Appendix 4. Do you remember that?
I do.
Have you got that available to you?
Have you got the number there?
Oh, sorry. SBC 5. Your appendices, Volume 2 appendices.
Oh, in my appendices, sorry.
Yeah.
So it was.
And the last page.
Yep.
First paragraph, the counter-protesters stood. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we can see a reference to some waving of flags with Patriotic Alliance scrawled across them.
Yep.
Now that's, I think, different from the
Patriotic Alternative.
Patriotic Alternative, which was on the business card left behind. But what does something called a patriotic alliance sound to you as a type of organisation?
Pretty right wing.
Okay. And then, please, you were asked some questions about objections from the county council wearing their education hat. Can you go to core document B11, please, which is the education service consultation response?
Yeah.
And this is an email response from an email address called school.organisation@staffordshire.gov.uk.
Yeah.
And it sets out what the reader understands the application to be about.
Yeah.
And then the last two paragraphs, please. The closest schools to the proposed development are the Western Road Academy, the Veritas Primary, and both schools are projected to remain full for the foreseeable future. But then it says, but on the basis of the design and access statement, education provision is being provided on-site by Serco. Children are not permitted to attend school. We will consider that there will be no impact on local school places.
Exactly.
Now, it was suggested to you that the County Council had not objected or expressed any concerns about school children walking to school potentially past groups of men hanging around.
Yeah.
But given the content of this consultation response, are the authors concerned about that, or are they concerned about something else?
They're concerned about school places.
Right. And then, please, you were taken to the officer's report to committee at core document A22. I don't know if you've still got that open. And on the 10th page, which as you're watching a PDF version will be easy for you to find, you were taken to the consultation response of the police designing out crime officer.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And that part of the report, about halfway down, that begins with regards to community tension, was read to you.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And in effect, it was put to you that the police will deal with concerns if they arise.
Yeah.
And the implication was that the police would be able to resolve matters.
Yes.
Well, hang on. To be fair, that's exactly what the police said.
Yeah. You've seen what can happen in Liverpool.
Yeah.
And no doubt the police there believe that they resolved matters.
Yes.
But what do you say about the desirability of the police being able to resolve matters if the matters break out in the first place?
Well, the police, I mean, it's been said before today in this building that the police are probably not equipped in the way that they need to be to deal with an emergency if it was to come about. It was the same sort of situation that we almost felt we had at the planning committee. I think that somebody did try and call the police, but they weren't available. So it's that kind of situation that you have to be aware of.
Okay, and then my last question concerns matters you were being asked about the approach to the management of the site, and you'll recall that you were asked questions about whether there would be 24/7 security, and that would be provided. And then there was the debate about on-site catering. Do you remember that? And then the topic of transport came up, and you said that you had read about Serco promises to provide transport, but you couldn't remember where you'd read it. Could you go to the Serco consultation leaflet, please, at Appendix 1 to your proof of evidence? And on the third page of that, which is the page after the one with the site plan on it, which has on the top of the page in the right-hand column, there's a red heading that says "Why Stafford Court?"
And it's a shuttle service. That's where I read it.
Well, I was just about to direct your attention to that third paragraph. Once operational, a shuttle service would be provided.
That was it, yeah.
Was that what you had in mind?
That's exactly what I read, yes.
And thus far, have you seen anything that makes good on that promise?
No, they've obviously gone backwards on that because it's an offer to provide facilities for people to get to medical appointments and home office, I think.
Yes, but does this seem to be promising rather more than that?
Yes, it's a shuttle bus service. The implication it's a free shuttle bus that'll go in and out of town. That's how I read it.
Yeah, okay, good. Councillor Beattie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. It's now 4:30 and we're going to need a break. The question is, do we hear the evidence in chief of your second witness this afternoon, or do we put it on ice until tomorrow morning?
Can I lay my cards on the table and say I would rather do it tomorrow morning?
Okay.
My time estimate, I think, was for an hour. Let me just double check that.
I think it was less, actually.
Well, you're quite right. It was 45. It was 45 minutes.
Yeah. But even allowing for a break, which, you know, do you have a view of either way?
So yes, I do. Having laid his cards on the table, I agree with Mr. Richards. I mean, if we're playing Snap, I'd probably shout Snap. So I think we're down tools now. That would be sensible. It's been it seems like it's been quite a long day.
It has.
Yeah. I mean, so, I think my friend and I have formed for, by and large, sticking to our time estimates. That I'm quite sure we will seek to do. So I don't think we're going to run into time trouble during this inquiry.
No, I've no particular alarm bells, so I'm reasonably comfortable about us leaving Mr. Warburton till tomorrow. And I think in just terms of momentum, there's something to be said for keeping the witnesses' evidence intact rather than it being overnight. So on that basis, we'll adjourn shortly. Is there anything that's burning now that can't wait till the morning from the main parties?
Not from us, so no, thank you.
No. There were a few things that hopefully the council will receive flowing from some of the local residents and interested parties, speakers, like scripts and reference to correspondence and that kind of thing. Hopefully that will come in. If somebody from a council can keep an eye out for those and distribute them in the morning or overnight, that would be appreciated.
We're going to have a wash-up now, and I've been noting as we go along what we ought to be looking out for. So I'll be asking my team as to whether or not we have yet seen anything we ought to be looking out for.
Excellent, thank you for that. We will adjourn then, and we're going to resume here at 9:30 in the morning, when we'll hear, I think, first from at least two interested parties who have indicated they couldn't be here today or couldn't speak today. So we'll do that. Okay, thank you, everyone.
So before you do so, can I just double check, is this room going to be secured overnight?
Good question.
Lots of blank faces.
I think it would be unlikely that the rugby club would throw open the doors and leave it insecure overnight, but we will double check. I mean, I don't think I would leave any electronic equipment in here.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. No.
But I shall be astonished if it's not, but we will converse outside the inquiry.
Okay, well, no doubt you can double check all that after I've adjourned. So I will adjourn now, and we'll resume at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you, everybody.